Oh, there it is. Sorry about that. A little bit of a microphone problem. Now I believe we are back and operating. All right, my name is Saber Stitzer. I'm a Category 2 referee for the USA Powerlifting Federation. And you will be seeing the Virginia State Championships competition today. Yesterday was day one. We had the female lifters and the men's lightweight lifters. We now have some of the middleweight and the heavyweight men going on today. And we've got some big squats that'll hit the platform. We do have live stream commentary that will occur throughout the meet. But I am going to go on mute now, get the competition ready to begin, and I'll send the commentator back here closer to the meet start time. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the USAPL Virginia State Championships for this year, 2026. We are excited to get today started with 3 flights of lifters coming to join us today. We only have the one session this morning. It's starting lifting at 9 a.m., so we are just about to get started with squats. And our lifters that are competing today, we do have some guest lifters, which means that these are non-residents of Virginia who have come to compete in the Virginia State Championship. And you might be asking yourself why some lifters might be doing that. And that is because the newer rules for USAPL mean that you have to qualify for national meets at a state level meet or higher. So there are some non-Virginia competitors here today, guest lifting. So we do have some gentlemen and some ladies. We're going to start off with Amani Simone. She's going to come out and start with 82.5 kilos on the bar for her first squat in just about 2 minutes. My name is Hannah. I am a newly minted national referee. I passed my practical yesterday, so woo! But if you guys have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat. I did just study for my national referee exam, so I should have those answers, and if I don't have them off the very top of my head, I can definitely go find them. Thank you so very much. I was very excited to finally pass that exam. So in order to become a national referee, we'll chat about it just a little bit. If you want to get involved with powerlifting, you can become a state referee. We actually have a person taking their state referee practical today, so you'll see someone on the platform in a polo rather than the national referee uniform, which is the blazer. So we have someone else on the platform in a polo. The state practical, to do that, you need to pass the state referee exam. It is 100 open note questions. Get in touch with your state chair to do that. We do have 3 state chairs with us today. Gabby is acting as our TC. She is the Virginia state chair. And then we have 2 nearby state chairs on our jury, which is just off the screen. So we do have a jury today. So you'll see some. If there are any questions, we'll definitely go to the jury to see what those questions may have been. But we have visiting chairs from Delaware, Natalie Askin, and from Maryland, Kristen. I just forgot her last name. But if you are in those states, those names are available for you online. So if you want to be a state referee, reach out to your state chair. Those are all on the USA Powerlifting website. After you have been a state chair and have been on the platform for at least 6 meets in total, with 2 of those in the head referee or chief referee chair, you can submit to take your national exam if you are so comfortable. You will have to pass a 100-question closed book exam and then take another practical exam with an international level referee. So we have a couple of those here today as well. Yesterday we had Al Metagrano and Saber Schnitzer, who is also the meet director for today. So we are getting started with some lifting here. Bar has been called loaded for Amani. She's got 82.5 kilos on the bar. She makes light work of that. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift. Our next lifter coming out is Sierra Edwards. She is going to open up with 100 kilograms on the bar. That's 220 pounds. So you'll notice that when I talk about some of these lifters, we're going to talk about their weight class and also their division. So weight classes obviously are going to be how much they weigh. There are 12 of those for each men and women, and then a couple of added ones for youth. We did have a youth lifter yesterday, set some pretty cool national records, a 9-year-old. So if you want to go back and watch that live stream to see some national records happen, those are available. The divisions are going to be by their age. So youth lifter would be 1 in USA Powerlifting. You do have to be at least 8 years old in order to compete. So we have youth 1 is 8 to 9, and then youth 2 and 3 are 10 to 12 and 12 to 14 respectively. Then you have your teen lifters. That's going to be 14 to 16, 16 to 18, 18 to 20, and then juniors is 20 to 23. You can start competing in the open as soon as you turn 14, and then you can compete in the open for as long as you live. We have lifters that have competed well into their 70s and 80s. I've seen even some older lifters than that, if you can believe it. Once you turn 40, though, you have the opportunity to go into the Masters divisions, and those all have their own respective titles that you can win, records that you can set, and that sort of thing. So every lifter is going to have both a division and a weight class. We are waiting now for Luke to come out and hit his opener squat of 112.5 kilograms. Every lifter has 1 minute from the bar is called loaded to get their start command for, or squat command for squat. So if that does not happen, and it doesn't look like it's going to, he's trying to get out there. I don't know if he's going to have enough time. So that, unfortunately, is going to be a timeout. But he does still have 2 more chances to come out and get that. In order to put up a total, you just need 1 successful lift in each discipline. So you can see over the lifter's head there, and also at the bottom of your screen, the color lights that are going to correspond to what the judges are saying about those lifts. So a white light is going to be a good lift. Not a good lift is going to be red. And then under the red cards, you can also see there's a little bar that shows another color. It could be red, blue, or yellow. Those all correspond to different infractions of rules that could happen that made the lift not good. So when that happens, I will do my best to tell you what has happened. Red and blue tend to be pretty easy to find out, but yellow is kind of... Oh. Thank you so much. Saber came back here and helped me fix that out. And I lost all of my train of thought. Oh, we're talking about color cards. Red and blue are pretty easy to figure out, but your yellow is kind of a catch-all. So if there's a red yellow out there, I can try my best to tell you what's going on, but I may or may not know. So far, all of these lifters have made their openers look beautiful. We are going to get 2 reds to 1 on that one for, looks like squat depth. That's what red is going to mean from 2 of our judges, the front and the right side. And Kinley stands up with that quick. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift. And I'm not too sure what happened there. We're going to hope that Harrison is okay. That is going to be no lift on that one there. He does still have 2 more chances to come out and put up a total today. Eve is going to come out and open up with 155 kilos on the bar, 341 pounds. Pretty big opener for a woman in the 70-kilo class. We love to see it. Makes that look super easy. She's smiling. 3 white lights from our judges. Jennifer stands up with that super quick. Our judges say 3 white lights, good lift. So you'll see in the squat a couple of different things come out with our lifters. So this gentleman here, all of our lifters today are raw, which means that they are competing without supportive equipment in the form of like a squat suit or a bench shirt. But they can wear knee sleeves and wrist wraps. This gentleman has opted not to wear knee sleeves at all. So he's got bare knees out there. I do think that's going to be no lift because he did, it was a little too easy and his feet came up off the floor. So you're not allowed to replace your feet from the established start position you make until you get that rack command. So between the start command and the rack command, you can't pick up and replace your feet. They can rock between, so if your heels come up, that's fine. If your toes come up, that's fine. But if the whole foot moves, that's going to be a no lift. We see this gentleman here does have on the knee sleeves and the wrist straps as well as the belt. Most lifters do choose to wear a belt when they lift, just to help increase that intra-abdominal pressure as an extra way of support. You may also see some differences in the types of shoes that they're wearing. This gentleman has on heeled squat shoes. That can help if you have limited ankle mobility to help make sure that you're getting depth. Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift for depth from all 3 of our judges. And see the other side of that, the shoes. So this young man here has got on flat squat shoes. And that just is going to change the types of muscles that you might be recruiting because it changes the angle of your hips a little bit and the angle of your knees a little bit when you squat. Powerlifting is all about lifting the most weight, however you're able to do that. And so if that is in your flat shoes, that's in your flat shoes with a lower bar position like this gentleman has here. That is how he best lifts, but another lifter might choose to do a higher bar position with taller squat shoes, like an Olympic-style squat shoe. It just is playing to your leverages, playing to your strengths, because, again, the whole point of the sport is to lift the most weight, so you're trying to take advantage of whatever you can to be able to do that. That was a very comfortable opener there for Allen. It's going to get 3 white lights from our judges. We have just 2 more opening squats in this first flight of our session today. We have Andrew Kelly coming out next. He's going to open with 215 kilograms on the bar. It's a pretty big jump from that 197.5 we just saw. He is one of our teen lifters, so he is between 16 and 17 years old. Young man lifting some pretty big weight. 215 is 470 something, 473. And he's only 90 kilograms, so he's already closing in on 2.5-ish times his body weight in a squat. And that was too easy for him to be able to do that. 3 white lights from our judges. Good lift. And now we're going to jump all the way to 240 kilograms on the bar, 529 pounds for our final opener of the first flight. And this is one of our open lifters in the 75 kilogram class. So he only weighs about 165 pounds. And he is going to squat 529 pounds for his opener. A strong and confident walkout. Oh, a quick squat. Let's see what our judges say. 2-1. So our two side judges are going to say that he did not quite get deep enough. He can talk to the jury if he wants to. Make sure he gets some clarification on that. You did notice that, or you may have noticed that on that last squat of the openers, we did have 5 spotters and loaders on the bar, on the platform, and that is because anything over 500 pounds for the squat, we do opt to have, for safety reasons, 5 spotters to protect both the lifter and the other spotters. Safety is the name of the game here with USA Powerlifting. So we'll just go back down to the 3 while we're underneath that 500-pound mark. It's about 230 kilograms. Once we get around that range, you'll see the 5 spotters step on the platform. Looks like Amani loses her balance on that one there. It's going to be no lift, but she does still have her opener squat, so she is still sitting to be able to put up a total, and she does have another chance to come out and put up a squat. She can choose to retake that if she wants, or she can go up, her choice. I typically recommend a retake of any missed lifts for any reason, just to make sure that you're getting every kilo you can. If you go up and you miss that, also now you're missing out on kilos that you could possibly have had from the lower attempt. So we'll see what she chooses to do for her third. Sierra pushed through a sticky point there for a 2-1 good lift. So the reason we have 3 judges is so that we have a majority rule system. So 2-1 could be a good lift or no lift, depending on which the 2 and 1 are. So 2 white lights to 1 red would be a good lift. 2 reds to 1 white would be a no lift. And then you also have the undisputed 3 white, 3 red. Luke is coming out to take his opener squat now because he did time out of that first one. He's going to get a replace command. That is because our judges don't think that he has his starting position established. He needs to lock his knees at the top. He does still have the opportunity to take this. So he'll get under that bar. He'll lock his knees out and then get the start command from our head referee. Let's see. There we go. Makes quick work of it. See what our judges have to say. 2-1 no lift. We do have 2 different reds from the side. It's going to be a depth call from the left judge, and that I'm guessing the lifter did not lock his knees all the way out at the top for that red-blue. So we can see one of our referees on the right side of the screen here. On the squat, those side officials will have their hands up while they are waiting for the lifter to establish their start position. When they put their hands down, that is when the head referee will give their start command. Holly looking so strong today. It's going to get 3 white lights from all our judges. That's going to be a 2-1 good lift. It is going to get 1 red from one of our side judges for depth. So Harrison did just miss his second attempt, and after missing his first one, he does have to come out and put up that third one for, not Harrison, I'm sorry. Yes, Harrison. Put up the third one to make sure that he can put up his total, because you do, again, need one lift in each discipline in order to put up a total for the day. So that's 1 squat, 1 bench, and 1 deadlift. Kinley makes quick work of 162 kilos, 358 pounds. 3 white lights from our judges. Good lift. Jennifer is going to try her hand at the same weight, 162 and a half, 358. And that's going to be a good lift there from Jennifer. Eve is going to come out next. She's going to put 165 on the bar. That's 363 pounds. She looks strong in that walkout. Let's see what happens here. A little bit slower than her opener, but she looks like she's happy with it. And our judges say 3 red lights, good lift. Evans is going to come out next. He has opted to go up from his opener, even though he did not successfully complete it after getting those 3 reds for his feet moving. Let's see what happens here. Those feet stay planted. That time looked like to me. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights. Good lift. That opener just might have been a little too easy for him. He got a little excited. Mike also has opted to go up from his opener, despite not getting it successfully completed. He's going to go up to 170 kilos, 375 pounds on the bar. He stands up with that. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift. I am going to sneak peek back and see what those reds were for earlier. For depth on Mike's earlier, so he did get that a little bit deeper in order to put up that successful 170 kilo attempt. Just wasn't heavy enough to get him deep enough, I guess. We've got 4 more second attempt squats. We're going to go to Alan Fleming next. He locks his knees out, gets that start command. That looks pretty good to me. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift. I'll shout out our spotters and loaders a lot today, but they have been working hard the last couple of days. This is an excellent workout, loading all those weights, making sure that our lifters stay safe, moving the rack up and down to make sure everybody has their best chance to put up their best lifts today. Jacob takes a big breath under that bar. Gets the start command, the squat command. He sits down with it. See what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. We've got just 2 more second attempt squats before we wrap back around for our third attempts for flight. I think it's flight E is where we're starting today because of the lifters we had yesterday. So again, when we go over that 500-pound mark, we've got 5 spotters and loaders on the bar, and that is a raw team 2, so 16, 17-year-old teen lifter putting up 518 pounds for a 2-to-1 good lift. I'm not sure if that was for downward motion on the right. I can't imagine that it would be. I didn't see that. I'm going to guess that they were not fond of how locked out his knees may or may not have been at the top of the squat. See our spotters and loaders getting some feedback on their spotting and loading technique to make sure everybody stays safe. Jacob is going to try and re-attempt his opening squat at 240. Looks just as easy as the first time. Looks like it might have gotten a little deeper on that one. Yeah, he did. 3 white lights, good lift. So the flow of a powerlifting meet is that you are going to get all of your 3 attempts on squat for each flight, and then 3 attempts on bench for each flight, and then 3 attempts on deadlift for each flight. So we are almost into third attempts here on squat for our flight E, and then we do have 2 more flights after this. So all of flight F will squat, all of flight G will squat, then we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come right back to flight E for bench, rinse and repeat, and then do the same for deadlifts. You may hear the music change in the background, and I don't know if you can see on this light screen on the very right of your screen here, but something that we do here in USA Powerlifting Virginia is that these lifters have a chance to show their personality a little bit more than just what they wear on the platform. They also have the opportunity to submit songs and videos for their third attempts to help them get hype. So Amani comes out. She's pushing through a sticking point. She stands up with it. Let's see what our judges say. 2-to-1. 2-to-1 good lift. And she did opt to go up even though she did not get that second attempt. Sierra coming out for her last squat of the day. It's going to be 110 kilograms, 242 pounds on the bar. She's smiling with that. She stood up with it. Let's see what our judges have to say. 2-to-1, unfortunately, they're going to call that for depth on both of our side judges. So Luke is one of our lifters that does need to successfully put up this squat in order to stay in the meet today to put up a total. Gets that start command. Stands up with it. See what our judges have to say. 2-1, good lift. And with that squat, Luke is going to be eligible to put up a total so far for the day. Taeyeon stands up with that. That's unfortunately going to get 3 reds, no lift for depth. Holly makes quick work of 140 kilos. She's happy about it. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights. Good lift. Harrison is another of our lifters that does need this successful third in order to stay in the meet today. Let's see what he has to say about 145 kilograms. And that's going to be 3 white lights for Harrison. Good lift. She stands up with 374 pounds on her back for a 3 white light. Good lift.
Replace the bar.
Evan stands up with 175 kilos for 3 white lights, good lift. We've got, I believe, 5 more, maybe 6 more third attempt squats coming out today for this flight E. Eve comes out with 391 pounds on her back, 177.5 kilos. She's pushing. She's happy about it. She feels good. Our judges say 3 white lights, good lifts. Massive squat for a 70-kilo lifter. So I do see the comment about the sound keep going in and out. There, I do mute the microphone when I'm not talking, mostly so that I can snack. So if that could be part of the reason, if you're also hearing like staticky, let me know, because then I can get Saber back here. But I do mute the microphone. I can yap a lot, but I don't know that I can yap the entire time. Allen stands up with his 220-kilo third attempt for a 3 white leg lift. And this is the first of our Jacob Schwartzes. I did not notice this until just now, but we have 2 Jacob Schwartzes competed today. This is Jacob A. Schwartz, our team lifter, coming out with 227.5 kilos on the bar. Jacob walks out with that last attempt squat. Takes a big breath. He's pushing. He's pushing. Let's see what our judges have to say. 2-1, good lift. Andrew Kelly comes out next, 247.5 kilos on the bar. Takes his big breath, sits down with it. He's pushing. Solid effort there. 2-1 no lift. He can talk to the jury about that if he so chooses. Our last squat for Flight E today is going to be our older Jacob M. Schwartz with 250 kilos on the bar. And And you just saw there one of our jury members coming to get clarification on what those 2 reds were for that red-blue from our previous lift there. Oh, he makes it look so quick. Let's see what our judges say. 2-1, good lift. Charles is one of our masters lifters, so you can see his age range down there at the bottom, between 65 and 69 years old. He is in the 100 kilo class, and he's going to open up with 85 kilos on the bar for his first attempt squat. He makes that look super quick. Our judges say 3 right legs, good lift. I do see the comment about unmuting the mic. I do unmute the mic when I'm speaking. Unless you guys want some ASMR of me chewing, I will not unmute the mic full time. Ben's coming out next. He's got 125 kilos on the bar, 275 pounds. Makes that look super quick. Judges say 2-1, good lift for a depth call on the right. Carlos stands up with a pretty easy opener there for a 3 white light good lift from our judges. 150 kilos, 330 pounds. Jump up to 170 kilos next. 375 pounds for Tyler Howerton. Tyler stands up with his opener of 170 kilos for a 3 white light good lift. We have Daniel coming out next. He's got 190 kilos on the bar. 418, I believe, pounds. He makes pretty quick work of his opening squat. And our judges are going to say that's a 3 white light good lift. Sean coming out here next to 190 kilos on the bar. makes pretty quick work of his opener, and our judges are going to call that 2-to-1 no lift for depth from both of our side judges. Unless you guys want to hear me eat, I'm going to keep muting the mic. I'm sorry. Evan is out here next. He's got 205 kilos on the bar, 451 pounds. Makes that look super easy. And our judges are going to call that 3 reds for either up and down motion or that he didn't quite have his knees locked all the way out at the top. He'll go talk to the jury for some clarification on that one. Jude makes a quick work of his opener at 207.5 kilos. Another of our teen lifters, 18 to 19 years old. Kanan is going to come out next. He's got 225 kilos going on the bar, just under that 500-pound mark.
It's not 500. 3. Squat. Rack.
And Kanan gets 3 white lights for that good lift. Zaid Fada's coming out here next. He's got 235 kilos on the bar, 518 pounds for an opener. We're going to have 4 more squats in these opening attempts for our flight F. Zaid making quick work of 235 kilos on the bar. 3 white lights, good lift.
Bars loaded.
DeMarco Singletary making some light work of 240 kilos for a 3 white light, good lift. Christopher Boo coming out next with 250 kilos on the bar. quick work of that. Nice opener for him. 3 white lights, good lift. We've got one more opener in this flight before we wrap around the second attempts for flight F. And a very easy opener for Michael Coonley, 260 kilos, 573 pounds. Charles Bramble coming back out. 95 kilos, looks super easy for his second attempt for a 3 white light good lift. Ben coming out to 130 kilos, 286 pounds on the bar. Stands up with it. Let's see what our judges have to say. 2-1, good lift. It is going to get a depth call from the left judge there. Carlos has 152 kilos on the bar, 336 pounds. Looks like a great second attempt from Carlos. It's going to hit 3 white lights, good lift. Sometimes I also just don't have anything to say, friends. Sometimes I just enjoy the lifting too. Tyler Howerton coming out. He's got 177.5 kilos on the bar. Big breath from Tyler. Sinks into his squat. He's pushing. He's pushing. He's going to stand up with it. Let's see what our judges have to say. That's going to get a 2-1 no lift. 1 for, I'm going to guess, downward motion on that one, and 1 for depth from the front. Daniel Autry coming out next to 195 kilos on the bar. Quick second attempt. Looked like an opener for 3 white lights. Sean coming out next to 195 kilos on the bar. He did opt to go up after missing his opener. We'll just flash back to see what that opener was called for. Depth from the sides. Maybe it just wasn't quite heavy enough for him. Let's see what happens here. He stands up with it. Let's see what our judges have to say about that. 2-1, good lift. 1 call for depth on the left side. Evan coming out to retake his opener of 205 kilograms. He stands up with it. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights for that one. Our judges did give him 3 reds earlier for, I'm assuming, soft knees at the top, but he seems to have fixed that to be able to get his second attempt. Jude coming out next. Looks like he's got some fans in the chat. He's got 217.5 kilos on the bar.
Let's go, Jude.
A very comfortable second attempt for Jude. And that's going to get 2-1 no lift from our judges. I'm going to guess that's for soft knees at the top. He can talk to the jury, get some clarification on that. Five more second attempts here for our first flight of squats this morning. Kanan coming out next to 237.5 kilos. Smooth looking second attempt from Kanan. And our judges are going to call that 2-1 good lift. Zaid coming out here next with 250 kilos on the bar, over 550 pounds. Very comfortable walkout for Zaid. Very comfortable looking second attempt for Zaid. See what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift. DeMarco is going to come out next with 255 kilos on the bar. That is 560-something pounds. And we've got just 3 more second attempts before we roll into third attempt squats. And we're sitting at a beautiful place right now with all of our lifters successfully putting up at least one of their squats today, which means all of our lifters are still in the meet. That is the goal of USA Powerlifting, is that everybody is successful, so we love to see that. That looked like a great second attempt from DeMarco. And our judges agree for a 3 right light. Good lift. So Jude did not get his. It was a 2-to-1 no lift, I believe, for soft knees. I'm checking the lifting cast just to make sure. But yeah, it looks like it was a 2-to-1 red-blue. So either he had downward motion or had soft knees at the top. So he's going to retake that for his third attempt. Christopher Vu coming up next with 272.5 kilos on the bar for a pretty big jump for his second attempt. Christopher pushes through his sticking point. Looking strong for a 3 right light. Good lift. Our last second attempt is going to be from Michael Coonley for this flight. 275 kilograms, just over 600 pounds, 606 pounds on the bar. So Jude did not get called for depth. It was a 2 red-blue. So it looks like they both were called for soft knees at the top. Could have been downward motion. But like I said, I didn't see that, but I'm not on the platform. That's a 3 right light. Good second attempt from Michael. We're going to go straight into third attempts for this Flight E squats. We're going to start out with Charles at 105 kilos on the bar. And if you're just joining us for third attempts, something that you might know about USAPL Virginia powerlifting, especially meets run by Saber Schnitzer, is that we have the opportunity for lifters to show some of their personality in these third attempt hype videos that they can submit. You can see a little bit of that on the right screen, and you should be able to hear over the overhead. Those are submitted by lifters in preparation for this meet, so those are self-selected. Again, a chance for lifters to show their personality. And that's going to be a good lift from Charles through right lights. I see that Saber has joined the chat. Yes, the rulebook does require locked knees at the start and completion of the lift. So we've seen that a couple of times where the side judges have not put their arms down because they don't believe the lifter has established the appropriate start position with those knees locked out. And then they do have to re-establish that lockout at the top of the lift. And Ben stands up with 135 kilos on the bar. He's going to get 2-to-1 good lift, one call for depth on the right. Carlos is coming out next to 363 pounds, 165 kilos on the bar. He's trying to get the crowd hype. He's driving through it. He's excited. Our judges say 3 white lights. Good lift. Tyler Howardson coming out next to 180 kilos on the bar. Tyler did get 1 call for soft knees or downward motion and 1 call for depth on his second attempt, but he's decided to go on up to 180 kilos anyway. Let's see what happens here. Driving through. It doesn't look like it's going to happen for him today, but he does still have his opener spot, so he is still in the meet today.
Bars loaded for Sean.
Sean coming out next to 200 kilos on the bar, 440 pounds. Sean stands up with that 200 kilo attempt, third attempt, and he's going to get 3 white lights. Good lift from our judges.
Bars loaded for Jude. For Daniel, my apologies. Bars loaded for Daniel.
Daniel's coming up next to 202.5 kilos on the bar. Pushing through that sticking point. See what our judges have to say. 2-1, good lift. And I am not confident enough in anything that just happened to tell you what that red yellow is for. There are so many things that red yellow can cover on all of the lifts because it's infractions of any other rules that aren't covered by the red, red, and red, blue. And for squat, that would be depth and downward motion and soft knees. Jude coming out next to 217.5. He did take this for his second attempt. He'll hit this again and we'll move on with our day. Let's see what happens here. Looked good to me from here, and our judges agree. 3 white lights. Got those knees locked out at the top. Evan Hamilton taking a pretty sizable jump from 205 to 230 kilos, 508, I think, pounds. 518, maybe? I don't have my chart with me. Evan pushing through a strong third attempt. And our judges say 3 white lights, good lift. Kanan is going to come out next to 245 kilos on the bar. Having a great day so far. Kanan looking smooth. I can't tell from his face if he's excited or not. But that's going to be a 3 white light good lift. Zaid coming out to 262.5 kilos on the bar, getting some fist bumps from all of our spotters and loaders. Sounds like he's got some fans in the crowd. Looks confident under that bar. Smooth third from Zaid. 3 white lights, good lift. He's excited. DeMarco's going to come out next. He's got 265 kilos going on the bar.
All right, we got 3 squatters left in this fight, and we'll move on to fight G.
We do only have 3 more squats in these third attempt squats. Sounds like DeMarco's a fan of Fire Force. That is what's playing for his third attempt type. And he's pushing through for a third, smooth third. See what our judges have to say. Unfortunately, it's going to get 3 reds, all for depth, and also the right side judge is calling for soft knees and or downward motion. Christopher Vu making just a little bit of a jump up to 275 kilos, trying to scrape every kilo he can out of his squats today. I think that our announcer just told the spotters and loaders that he's not going to take this attempt, so we are just going to let the clock run out. And then we'll load it up for our final third attempt of Flight F at 285 kilos for Michael Coonley. And the last third attempt squat for Michael Coonley today for Flight F. He's coming out to 285 kilos on the bar. Bar has been called loaded for Michael. Here he comes. strong on rack. Gets a quick start command. Pushing through. See what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. We've got one more flight of squats today. So flight G is going to come out and squat for us. We're going to start out with Charlie Deal at 165 kilos going on the bar. Bar has been called loaded for Charlie. Charlie is going to get a replace command. Not sure what's going on there. He fixes his knee sleeves. He's going to get back under that bar, try and get that start command. Oh, a quick opener for Charlie. Let's get 3 white lights from our judges. Joel Wyman coming up to 170 kilos for his opener. A smooth opener from Joel. It's going to get 2-1 good lift from our judges. $175 kilos on the bar for Alex. Quick opener, a little bit sticky there in the middle. 3 white lights, good lift from our judges. And Chris Allen coming out. You can hear him coming out from all the way across the gym. He's got 187.5 kilos on the bar. Very nice opening attempt from Chris for a 3 white light good lift. Parker coming out to 190 kilos on the bar for his opener. Another of our teen lifters between 16 and 17 years old. That's a smooth opener. That's going to be a 3 white light good lift. So some of our teen lifters may be attempting to put up a qualifying total for high school nationals today. This is a state meet, so all of our lifters can put up a qualifying total today. However, you don't have to compete at a state level meet for high school or collegiate nationals. Those can be set at local meets as well. Kane is getting under the bar with 210 kilos, 463-ish pounds. Makes quick work of 210 kilos. 3 white lights, good lift. Albert Lee's coming up next to 217.5 kilos on the bar. Bar has been called loaded.
480 pounds.
Nice deep opening attempt squat for a 3 white light, good lift. Robert Newton coming out next to 225 kilos on the bar for his opening attempt squat. And that looks like an easy opener for Robert. He's going to get 3 white lights, good lift. So far, so good. All of our opening attempts in Flight G have been successful. We've got 6 more coming out. We're going to go next to Kalen Eccles. He's got 240 kilos in the bar. Quick work of his opener of 240 kilos. And is going to get 2-to-1 good lift. My guess that red on the side is going to be for him picking up and replacing his feet after he got the squat command before he started his descent. That's my guess. I don't know that for certain, though, because there are so many other things it could be. Kevin Luke coming out to 247.5 kilos on the bar. Makes quick work of his 247.5 kilo opener for a 3 white light, good lift to our judges. Four more squats in our first attempts of this final flight of squats for the day. Derek Allen is going to come out to 250 kilos on the bar. I believe Derek is from Virginia Tech Powerlifting. I think that's what that says behind our spotters and loaders. So he does have the opportunity to put up a qualifying total today for collegiate nationals or for one of the larger national level meets. That's going to be a 3 white light good lift from our judges. We've got 3 more squats here for these opening attempt squats in Flight G. Seth Berman is going to come out to that same 250 kilos on the bar.
And then Charlie is going to come out for 270 and Brian for 315 kilos. An easy opener for Seth. He's going to get 3 white lights. Good lift. Charlie coming out next to 270 kilos on the bar, almost 600 pounds. Bar's been called loaded for Charlie. Here he comes to try his hand at his opening 270 kilo squat. Smooth opener from Charlie. Our judges say 3 white lights. Good lift. Our final opener squat of the day today, because we do only have the 1 session with these 3 flights, is going to be Brian. He's going to come out to 315 kilos. That is almost 700 pounds. Bar's been called loaded for Brian. Smooth opener from Brian. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights. Good lift. My guess is that he's going to go well into the 700s for his squats today. We'll see some big weight moved this afternoon. We'll wrap back around to the top of the flight for 182.5 kilos going to Alex for his second attempt squat. Joel coming out to 170 kilos on the bar, or sorry, 180 kilos up from his 170 kilo opener. For a 2-to-1 no lift. Looks like both of our side judges called that for depth. He didn't quite get deep enough. Alex is going to go to 182.5 kilos, just over 400 pounds for his second attempt. He pushes through that middle point there, gets a 3 white leg lift from our judges. Charlie making a pretty sizable jump from 165 kilos to 185 kilos for his second attempt. Still looks like an opener. See what our judges say. It's going to be 3 reds, 2 for depth on the sides, and 1 for, I'm guessing, soft knees at the front. Parker unracks 197.5 kilos for his second attempt. Smooth second attempt from Parker. Judges say 3 white lights. So that 3 red attempt from Charlie does have the opportunity. He could go to the jury if he wanted to. We do have a jury here today, which means they are double checking, over checking, making sure that our referees are calling appropriate calls and clarifying any red lights that may have been thrown. So he does have the opportunity to go over there and chat with them and see if what may have happened and see if there's an opportunity. They could overturn it if he protests it, but it is $20 deposit to protest, and if you lose your protest, then the $20 does not come back to you. If you win the protest, you get to keep your $20. Chris is going to get a 2-to-1 good lift with a depth call from the right judge on his second attempt of 197.5 kilos. Kane coming out next to 225 kilos on the bar. Going to get a 2-to-1 good lift with a call for either soft knees or downward motion from the right judge there. Albert Lee jumping all the way to 230 kilos on the bar, 507 pounds. That is going to bring out the 5 spotters and loaders. Our spotters and loaders are definitely getting their workout in today with these gentlemen squatting some heavy weight. Albert looks smooth with his second attempt. That's going to get 3 white lights from our judges. Robert coming out to 237.5 kilos. A little bit sticky there for Robert. He's going to get 2-to-1 no lift. I'm going to guess that was for downward motion at that sticky point there in the squat. He does have a chance to come out and try that for one more time for the third attempt to see if he can scrape those kilos for his total. Kaylin coming out next to 255 kilos. Bar has been called loaded. Kalen pushes through his sticking point there in the middle. For a smooth second attempt, it's going to get 3 white lights from our judges. Kevin Luke coming out next for our final 5 second attempt squats of the day. He's got 262.5 kilos on the bar. A little bit sticky there for Kevin, too. Let's see what our judges are going to say about that. Again, 2-1 for that downward motion of the bar and that sticking point. Derek is going to load 270 kilos for his second attempt, 595 pounds on the bar, just under 600 pounds. A light second attempt for Derek. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights. Good lift. Seth is also going to come out to over 600 pounds, 270 kilos going on the bar. And we have 3 more second attempt squats. It's going to be Seth here at 270, Charlie at 282.5, and then Brian is going well into that 700 pound range with 332.5 kilos on the bar for his second attempt. Smooth second from Seth. It's going to get 3 white lights. Good lift from our judges. Charlie coming out next to 282.5 kilos on the bar. Bar has been called loaded. Smooth unrack from Charlie. He looks confident under that bar. A solid attempt from Charlie for a 3 white light. Good lift. Our last second attempt of the day for squats is going to be from Brian, coming out to 332.5 kilos on the bar. There are 733 pounds on that bar with 332.5 kilos. And this bar is going to be called loaded for Brian. Brian walks out with 332.5 kilos. Oh, he's not going to stand up with it for his second attempt. He can still come out and try again for his third. Great catch by the spotters and loaders. We're going to go into our last set of squats for the day. Starting out at 180 kilos for Joel. Joel stands up with that 180 kilo attempt. See what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. Alex making a little bit of a jump up to 185 kilos. Yes, I will drop the link to the rulebook in the chat because I also have it pulled up. If you ever can't find it, the easiest way to find it is to go to the USA Powerlifting website and then go to the technical committee subsection, and the rulebook will be found there. That's going to be a 3 white light good lift for Alex. We're going to go on to Charlie, going up to 187.5 kilos on the bar.
Charlie Neal, 187.5. Let's go, Charlie.
Also, if you scroll to the almost to the very end of the rulebook, there's like a little cheat sheet for what the red, blue, and yellow cards mean for each of the disciplines. So it's in Appendix A on page 76. That is very helpful when you're watching. Charlie stands up with his 187.5 kilo squat. He is going to get called for depth from both of our side judges. Again, if he wants to, he can go talk to the jury about that, see what happened.
All right, close down his third attempt. Chris Allen, 252 pounds.
Chris going up to 205 kilos on the bar for his third attempt. Strong walkout from Chris. He stands up with it. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift. Also, you'll see in that rule book, this is the most updated version, the most revised version. Any changes that they have made from previous rule books, this version is not the one that has all those changes highlighted, but there is another one. I'll see if I can find it and drop it in the rulebook as well. So if you are a current competitor, you've been with us for a little bit, but you know that there have been some changes, those are highlighted for you to be able to find a little bit more easily. Parker coming out to 225 kilos. He says, no, not today. A great effort for almost 500-pound squat from one of our team lifters. Kane pushing through his third attempt at 232.5 kilos. And our judges are going to give that 3 white lights. Good lift.
All right, Albert. 5:34 on the bar.
Albert is pushing through that 242.5 kilo squat. And that's going to be a good lift from our judges. 3 white lights.
Robert Newton throws out 245 kilos.
Robert Newton's going to come out to 245 kilos on the bar. He did opt to go up despite not getting that second attempt. Let's refresh why that second attempt was not given. I'm guessing soft knees or downward. Oh, this one might have been the downward motion for that sticky point in the middle. So he did go up another 7.5 kilos to 245. He's going to push through that sticking point. That one actually, I think, looked better than his second attempt. And that's going to get 3 white lights from our judges, a Dragon Ball Z fan.
Lincoln means rewind, the gunshot means forward. You requested it, so we rewind.
265 on the bar for Caleb.
265 kilos going on the bar, just under 600. We're at 584. Spotter and loader trying to help out, get the crowd hyped for Kalen for this big squat for his third attempt. Oh, it's not going to happen for him today. Great effort from Kalen. Thanks to spotters and loaders for a good catch. We love seeing those spotters and loaders keep our lifters safe.
Kevin Luke closing out at 270 kilograms.
Kevin goes up to 270 kilos on the bar. I think he also may have had downward motion on his second attempt. So he's going to make this smooth for his third attempt. Another one that I think may look better than their second attempt. And that's going to get 3 white lights from our judges. Good lift for Kevin. We've got four more squats on our day today. Starting with Seth, we're going to go to 285.5 kilos, 628 pounds. Again, our spotter and loader helping get the crowd hype for Seth. Sounds like he's got some fans in the crowd. A smooth third from Seth. Three white lights from our judges. Good lift.
Going for Charlie with 633 pounds.
Charlie going to go up another 5 kilos to 287.5 kilos on the bar for his third attempt. A solid effort from Charlie. Tries to push to that sticking point. Just not going to happen today. He'll come back and get that at his next meet. We're going to 290 kilos on the bar, 630 some odd pounds for our penultimate, our next to last squat of the day. Sounds like he may also be a Dragon Ball Z fan. I'm going to feel really silly if that's not Dragon Ball. Stands up with a smooth third attempt squat for Derek, and that's going to get 3 white lights. Good lift from our judges. And our last squat of the day going to go to Brian, 332.5 kilos on the bar for his third attempt. That's against 733 pounds on the bar.
733 pounds. Coming back to fight with it again. The bar is loaded, Brian.
Our crowd's getting hyped for this last squat of the day. 733 pounds going to Brian Smith. These weights are crazy. Got some strong lifters today. Not going to happen today for Brian, but he does have a 700-pound squat at 315 for his opener. Solid effort from Brian. That's going to conclude our squats for the day. We are going to take a 10-minute break once they get the bench set up on the platform, and then we will be back with bench after our 10-minute break. And as our time winds down, we are going to go into bench. We'll start again with flight E. So we're going to start out with Sierra Edwards. Bar has been called. She's going to come out to 37.5 kilos on the bar, 82 pounds. So there were 2 commands in the squat and the rack command. There are going to be 3 for the bench press. You'll get a start command, a press command, and a rack command. In order to get the start command, the lifter must establish their starting position with their elbows locked out, their feet and heels flat on the ground, and their bottom on the bench. Our side judges are going to be the ones who determine whether or not the lifter has established that starting position. They'll put their arms down, and then the chief referee will give the start command. Once the bar is motionless on the chest, the chief referee will give the press command, and once the lifter has established control of the bar in the established start position with those elbows locked back out, they will get the rack command. Failure to observe any of those commands can be a red-yellow lift. In the bench press, a red is going to be lowering the bar not quite all the way to the chest, so if it doesn't get all the way down to the chest or the abdominal area, or if it touches a belt, if the lifter is wearing one, that's going to be a red. And then blue is if their elbows are not locked out, either at the beginning or end of the bench, or if they have downward motion. And then red-yellow again is kind of your catch-all, so that's the one that I don't have as much luck with being able to tell you what the calls might be, because I don't have the same ankles as the referee. I can't see what they see, and the yellow just is way too many options for me to try and guess. So if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them. Again, I am a national referee, so I do have the knowledge. I just don't necessarily have the visual angle to be able to tell you. So far, so good for our first couple of attempts, with Sierra and Amani coming out and hitting their first attempt bench press. Kelly's going to come out next to 65 kilos on the bar. And that looks like a smooth opener for her. And our judges agree that's going to be 3 white lights. Eve makes quick work of 70 kilos for a 3 white light good lift. She's having a pretty good day so far. Holly also getting some pretty quick work of her opener there for a 3 white leg good lift. Taeyeon coming out to 82.5 kilos on the bar for his opener. And that's going to be a good lift for Taeyeon there. So far, so good for all of our lifters here in this first flight of bench. Jennifer Chu coming out to 85 kilos, 187 pounds on the bar. And a good lift for Jennifer. 3 white lights. Harrison coming out with 100 kilos on the bar.
A lot of wide kicks so far.
Smooth opener from Harrison. 3 white lights. Good lift. That's going to get 2-1 no lift from our judges. And like I said, those yellows are just not as easy for me to be able to tell you what might have happened. Evans coming out to 117.5 kilos on the bar. Evans making quick work of that. You will notice that some of our lifters opt to have a handoff or a lift-off. So in order to do that in USA Powerlifting, that has to be from our designated handoff person, so one of our spotters and loaders. In some other federations, you are allowed to have a coach or a friend hand off to you. That is not the case for spotters and loaders or for USA Powerlifting. Part of that is because in those other federations, if you opt to have a coach do that, they then become part of the spotting and loading team. And for safety of the lifter, that is not something we do in USA Powerlifting. Luke completes that lift, but I do believe he jumped his start command, and that's going to get 3 reds with the yellow card for that jump of the start command there. Andrew up next with 130 kilos on the bar, 286 pounds. So he is doing a self lift-off. He is not having our designated lift-off person give him a handoff. Smooth opener for Andrew. 3 white lights, good lift. We're going to Jacob M. Schwartz next. We do have 2 Jacob Schwartzes competing today, and they are back-to-back for these bench press opening attempts at 142.5 kilos or 314 pounds, right at 3 wheels for our normal pound gym-going friends. going to be a 2-to-1 good lift for Jacob M. Schwartz. And it looks like our side judge gave that for the heel coming up off the ground during the press. So your feet can slide while you press, but they cannot lift and replace. They must stay flat on the ground. That was a good lift for Jacob A. Schwartz, also at 142.5 kilos. And our final opening attempt on bench here is going to be for Allen at 145 kilograms on the bar. That looks smooth to me from Allen. It's going to be 3 white lights from our judges. So one of the newer rules in USA Powerlifting is that head lift. That used to not be allowed. You used to have to keep your head planted on the bench. But newer versions of the rule book have okayed that head lift up off the bench. So you will see some lifters do that. Going back to Sierra for her second attempt of bench at 42.5 kilos. Makes quick work of that. She's going to get 3 white lights for that attempt. Good lift. Amani's gone to 45 kilos on the bar. That's 99 pounds for her second attempt. She's fighting through that. She gets it up. Let's see what our judges say. 2-to-1 good lift. I do believe that our head ref there may have seen some downward motion of the bar. Keep coming out to 75 kilos on the bar. Making quick work of 75 keys. Good lift through at lights. Kinley taking a pretty big jump on bench to 75 kilos from her 65 kilo opener. She makes it look smooth. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. Holly coming out to 77.5 kilos on the bar. Speedy attempt from Holly for a 3-wide light good lift. Taeyeon's got 87.5 kilos on the bar. Looking smooth for his second attempt. Our judges agree, 3-way lights. Jennifer coming out to 92.5 kilos on the bar, 203 pounds for her second attempt. Pretty big bench for a woman. We'd love to see that. She had a pretty big squat too, I think. 172.5, yeah, she's having a great day. A smooth second attempt from Jennifer. It's going to be 2-to-1 good lift. I was trying to see if I could see what our side judge called that red-yellow for. But it looks like she just tapped her bottom. So it looks like her butt may have come up off the bench during the press there. Harrison making smooth work of 110 kilos for his second attempt for a 3-wide light good lift. Mike coming out and going up from his 110 kilo opener to 115 despite not getting that first one. I think, yeah, this was one I wasn't quite sure what may have happened because there are way too many choices when it's a yellow call. Makes quick and smooth work of the 115. And our judges say 3 white lights, good lift. So whatever he had done that first time, looks like he fixed it. Evans pushing through that for a smooth second attempt. 3 red lights, good lift. Luke also deciding to go up despite not getting his first attempt. I think he might be the one who jumped his start command. Let's wait for those commands here, Luke. Not going to get that one. Solid effort. He does need one more to stay in the meet, though. Also, if he comes to back and gets that third one. Andrew Kelly's got 137.5 kilos on the bar. One of our teen lifters coming out already benching 303. Smooth second attempt from Andrew for a 3-way leg good lift. We've got 3 more benches coming out for you. We've got Jacob M. Schwartz, our older Jacob Schwartz, taking 325 pounds, 147.5 kilos. Alan's going to come out for 152 kilos, and Jacob A. Schwartz, our teen lifter, is going to come out for 160 kilos on the bar. And that's going to be a 3 white leg good lift for Jacob M. Schwartz. 2 more second attempts for this first flight on bench. Allen is going to come to 336 pounds on the bar, 152.5 kilos. A smooth second attempt there. 3 white lights, good lift. 1 more second attempt on bench here from Jacob A. Schwartz, our teen lifter. A teen lifter, 16 to 17 years old, benching 352 pounds for his second attempt. Absolutely ridiculous. We've got some strong lifters here today. That was entirely too smooth for a second attempt of 160 kilos for a junior in high school. I'm guessing. That's ridiculous. Sierra coming out to 47.5 kilos. She's got Bad Bunny playing in the background. That's not going to happen today for Sierra. Great effort. She'll come back and get that at her next meet. Amani's coming out next to also the same 47.5 kilos on the bar. She's going to try her hand at that 104.72 pounds. Solid effort from Amani, and that's not going to happen today. She'll come back and get it at her next meet. Eve's got 80 kilos on the bar, 176 pounds. A smooth third attempt from Eve there. 3 white lights, good lift. She's having a great day today. 6 for 6 so far. Kinley's coming out to 80 kilos on the bar as well, 176 pounds. A smooth third attempt. And our judges are going to give that 3 white lights, good lift. Next, we're going to go to Holly at 82.5 kilos on the bar, 181 pounds. She's going to opt for a lift off this time. I don't think that she had a lift off for her first couple. Looks like a great third attempt there. 3 white lights, good lift. I think she's also 6 for 6 on the day so far. All 3 of those ladies just now are all 6 for 6 on the day so far. Having some great days from these ladies. Dion coming out to 92.5 kilos on the bar. 203.9 pounds. We'll call it 204. That looks like a great lift from Tion. Our judges agree, 3 white lights. Jennifer Chu coming out to 100 kilos on this barbell, 220 pounds. We love seeing women lift big weight, especially on the bench press. She pushes through that sticking point. Let's see what our judges have to say. Yeah, I think her butt may have broken up off the bench at that sticking point there. I don't have the great angle for it, but that would be my best guess of what may have happened for those 2 red yellows from the side judges. Still, she got that up. We'll count it in our hearts. 220 for Jennifer. Harrison fighting for 115. Not going to happen today. He'll come back and get that at his next meet. Mike coming out next to 264 pounds on the bar, 120 kilos. Great third attempt choice for Mike there. Something may have happened there for those 2 side judges to give those 2 red yellows. I'm going to see if I can sneak a peek at what the refs say. No dice. I'm not going to be able to tell you guys what that was for. I'm so sorry. So you'll see a couple of different bench styles. The sink and heave is one choice. That's like your traditional where you pull the bar deeper into your chest and then press up.
those tend to get longer press commands because the bar has to be motionless on your chest in order to get that press command. So if you are somebody who wants a quick press command, you might want to consider training the soft touch style like Evans is doing here, where he brings it down ever so gently to his chest. What a great fight for 125 from Evans. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights. Good lift. You'll also see a variety of grip widths. Again, the point of powerlifting is to lift the most weight. So if you have long noodle arms like myself, you might opt for a nice wide grip bench. If you are very tricep strong, like some of our other friends that are out here today, you might have a more narrow grip. My arms are too long to try and do that. I do not have enough tricep strength. Otherwise, I will not be able to complete any bench ever. Unfortunately, Luke is not going to get that third attempt. Not for lack of trying. A great effort from him today. He does have the opportunity, the option to come and deadlift despite not being able to complete a total for the day. We've got 4 more third attempt benches here for our first flight of the day, flight E. We're going to go to Andrew Kelly with 145 kilos on the bar. It looks like we may have somebody chipping a record at 178 kilos. A great fight from Andrew. He says, no, not today. Still a great effort. Jacob M. Schwartz, our older Jacob Schwartz, is going to come out to 336 pounds on the bar, 152 kilos. A great fight from Jacob Schwartz. And our judges are going to give it 3 white lights. Good lift. So we've got 155 coming up next for Alan Fleming. And while he's benching, I am going to be taking a peek at the records database to see what record our friend may be attempting here. Oh, keep pushing. Oh, solid effort from Alan. It's not going to happen today for 155. He'll come back and get at his next meet. And now our teen Jacob A. Schwartz is going to come out and attempt a national bench record. So in order to set national records in USA Powerlifting, you do have to do that at a state level meet or higher. So states, nationals, or an international level meet. He is also going to require the baby chips. So those are 0.25 kilograms each to be able to chip a record at least 0.5 kilograms higher than the current record. The current record is 177.5 kilos. It belongs to a Daniel Bedriak from all the way back in 2018. And we are going to have an attempt here at it. So we do have to have national level referees in order to adjudicate a national record. So all of our referees on the platform today are national level referees. And I don't think that's going to happen today for Jacob Schwartz, but a solid effort, and what an opportunity to even try to be able to chip a record at 16 or 17 years old. Depending on when his birthday is, he does have the opportunity to try and do that again at another meet this year, potentially. Benching that much, I can only imagine that he would qualify for the high school nationals and the bench nationals, which take place in the next month and then October, respectively. So high school nationals is coming up in March, and bench nationals will be sometime in October. That concludes our bench for flight E. We'll roll into flight F. with Charles coming out to try his hand at 62.5 kilos. So as a reminder, just the flow of how powerlifting meets our run. All of Flight E has now benched. Flight F will bench all 3 of their attempts, and then Flight G will come out and do all 3 of theirs before we take another 10-minute break before rolling into deadlifts. And that's a good lift there for Charles. Ben opened up here at 95 kilos. It's going to get 3 red lights for our judges. Good lift. Carlos makes quick work of 100 kilos for a 3 right leg good lift. That looks like a smooth opener for Tyler. It's going to get 3 white lights from our judges. Good lift. Jude coming out next to 130 kilos on the bar, 286 pounds. A smooth bench opener for Jude. That looked too easy. 3 white lights from our judges. Good lift. Not sure what happened there. We're going to hope he's okay. He still has 2 chances to come out and put up a bench today. Excellent reaction by our spotters and loaders. Those face savers should be higher than that. So we do have the face savers available for such a case as that. So when you compete at your next powerlifting meet, make sure that you set your face savers, because those are there to save your face. Eric Corbin making easy work of 135. He's a bench only competitor today, so he's competing in the men's raw masters bench only. So he's only gonna bench. Doesn't have to squat, doesn't have to deadlift. He might be trying to set a record or qualify for nationals in that bench only. Daniel's got 137.5 kilos on the bar, making light work of 137.5 kilos. Let's see what our judges agree. 3 white lights. Evan's got 140 kilos on the bar. It looks like he may have jumped his start command. Let's see what our judges think. Oh, 3 white lights, good lift. I might be seeing things. It also could be the difference between the live stream that I'm watching back here and the sound that I'm hearing over the overhead. Kanan making easy work of 140 for 3 white lights. Good lift. Four more bench openers for our second flight here. We've got Zaid coming out to 150 kilos on the bar. Sounds like he's got quite a crew in the crowd. Quick work of 150 kilos for Zaid for a 3 white light. Good lift. Don't blink, you'll miss it. Christopher Vu coming out to 155 kilos on the bar. Quick opener for Christopher. It's going to get 3 white lights from our judges. Good lift. 2 more bench openers here. We've got 155 kilos going to DeMarco, and then Michael Coonley is going to come out to 165.
5 kilograms. His opening attempt.
And that's 3-way lights for DeMarco's opener at 155 kilos. We've got one more bench opener for this light F. It's going to be Michael Coonley coming out to 165. And a smooth opener for Michael Coonley as well. 3 white lights, good lift. Looks like everybody has put up a bench so far except for our friend Sean. He's going to come out and try his opener at 130 again. How do we know their placements as far as what they're competing in today for the weight classes? So lifting cast automatically calculates it, and it might pop up on the screen, and it tells you what place that they're in currently based on the total that they're putting together, and out of how many people are competing in their weight class in total. So we have quite a few 100-kilo lifters, it looks like, in the men's raw open. So after, we've got to get a few there, but when we get to Tyler, his should say his placement out of however many people are competing in the men's raw open, and it's by the total within the weight class. But lifting cast automatically does that for me, so I don't have to think. And it's based on the total they've put together so far. So if they don't have a total, so if they didn't complete successfully a squat and a bench at this point, then their placement would be null. A lot of these lifters, we do have quite a few that are the only ones in their weight class. So a lot of these are going to say first at first or first out of first. And then it also has the total that they've put up so far. That's going to be the sum of the squat and bench so far, and then it'll add the deadlift to it when we get there. So it doesn't look like Ben is getting a start command because he didn't quite have his elbows locked out at the top. He's going to try that again. He does still have time to get that start command. So that minute that's running down over their heads is the amount of time that they have to get the start command, not necessarily the time that it takes them to complete the lift. So he gets that start command. And he's going to lock it out. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. So you can lock it out unevenly. You don't have to be pretty with it. Just has to be within the rule book. So that's going to be a good lift there for Ben. No, thank you, my friend. It's nice when you guys ask questions because otherwise I'm just talking to myself. It's a lot easier to talk to you than it is to talk to me. That's a good lift from our friend Carlos there, and now we are going to have Sean come out and try his hand at 130 kilos again, possibly.
does not look like Sean's going to come out and try his second attempt bench. He does still have the opportunity to come and take it for his third if he so chooses. I really hope that he didn't get hurt with that first attempt bench opener there. We're going to move on to Tyler Howerton. He's got 135 kilograms on the bar for his second attempt. I don't believe our side reps think that his elbows are locked out, and I would tend to agree on that one. He's got 6 seconds to try and get that start command. And he's going to do it. Oh, he's pushing through that. An excellent effort from Tyler. Good lift. 3 white lights. So the quicker you establish your start position, the quicker you get a start command. And a lot of the times we see this happen with replace commands. It makes those attempts feel so much harder because you've already been holding the weight for so long. So if you are somebody who is working to compete in a USA Powerlifting meet, make sure that you can get in that start position as quickly as possible so that you are able to get that start command quickly so you're not holding the weight for so long. Jude's coming out next. He's got 137.5 kilos on the bar. Oh, a smooth takedown and a great press. 3 white lights, good lift. I think he needs to put some more weight on that bar. And another good lift from Eric Corbin, our bench-only lifter, at 142.5 kilos. We're going to go up to 145 for Daniel Autry. So here is a good example of those placements. You can see that his is 5th out of 5th. So that means that may actually be telling you 5th and where he's projected to be after the completion of this lift. So he's projected to stay in 5th after this. When we get to 3rd attempt deadlifts, it'll say on there, will stay in 1st place if successful. That's the most helpful part of the placement thing. But you can also follow along on Lifting Cast. So if you pull up the meet on Lifting Cast, I can send the link as well. But that might help you track where the lifters are sitting for each class. That was a good lift for Kanan at 147.5 kilos. These gentlemen are benching quite well in this second flight. We'd love to see that.
And those placements also on lifting casts get really fun for state level meets and national level meets and higher, because for third attempt deadlifts, you can actually change those up until the bar is called loaded for you. So that gives you an opportunity to do what they call like pulling for the win. So all other attempts in general can't be changed once you've submitted them, except for your openers. You can change your openers if your warm-ups are not going very well at all. You have until 3 minutes until your flight starts to be able to do that. So right now, the only people who can change their bench openers would be Flight G. But those third attempt deadlifts, they get really spicy when people are really trying to like chip records or pull for second place, first place at those higher level meets. Somebody in the crowd very excited for Zaid's successful bench there. DeMarco is going to come out to 160 kilos next. So again, those third attempt deadlifts, they get really, really fun when there are two competitors going head to head, or maybe three, because you do have the opportunity like to submit a really high attempt to say that you're going to try to pull for the win, to try and force somebody else to pull a higher weight. Or if somebody misses an attempt, then you can go back there and resubmit for a lower one to just secure what you need for the total in order to win your class. So that kind of stuff gets really fun. We'll talk about that a little bit more when we get to deadlifts. I'm hoping it happens today. We did have a couple of attempt changes yesterday. So when that happens, they will pop up an attempt change in progress over where the plate load is on the screen. So if you look at the top right corner above where the spotters and loaders are, you can see what's supposed to be on the bar. That's how the spotters know what to put on the bar. It'll just have a box over that says attempt change in progress, and so they'll stop loading the platform to be able to give an opportunity for those lifters to then change their attempts, because stuff gets, again, a little crazy. You can do that for third attempt benches at bench only competitions. So if you're at bench nationals or higher level meets like that, that may also happen there. So if you watch bench nationals in October, be aware that that's something that can happen. We're moving on to Christopher here. He's got 165 kilos on the bar. And a good lift for that very confident push from Christopher. Our final second attempt here for Flight F is going to be Michael Coonley. He's got 175 kilos on the bar, 385 pounds.
Let's go, Mike.
A very smooth second from Michael is going to give him 3 white lights. Good lift. The final benches for Flight F of the day are going to start off here with Charles. He's going to take 72.5 kilos. Michael's having a pretty good day today. He's gone 6 for 6 with that 285 squat for his final squat, and then so far with 175 on bench. Charles also having a pretty good day today. He's 5 for 6 so far. He's going to try for 6 for 6 with this 72.5 kilo bench, and I think that he might get it. And our judges agree. 3 white lights. Oh, a smooth third from Ben there for 3 white lights. Good lift.
Carlos taking a nice little jump here, 7.5 kilos. Go, big man.
So again, to follow along with that lifting cast, I'll put the link in the chat here. This is the results page. You can also look at the board. That will update as they both update as the lifting is going on. But you can see there where people are currently ranked in their division and weight class. Oh, a great third attempt selection. I think if you put even a half a kilo more on there, that may not have gone up for Carlos. He's excited. 3 white lights, good lift.
Carlos is very pleased. Nolan coming back for his third attempt.
Sean is coming back for his third attempt here at 130 kilos. Ah, he's here. He made it. He said, "I'm alive," as he comes out from the back. Let's get this attempt here, Sean, so we can stay in the meet. He's looking like he's feeling pretty good. I'm glad he's doing all right. And a beautiful attempt at 130 kilos for 3 white lights for Sean to stay in the meet after he takes a bow after that dicey first attempt there. We love to see it. And with that, everyone in this flight is successfully in the meet, I do believe.
Tyler Howard will run 148 after the bar.
So Eve is in our first flight of the day in Flight E. She already has completed all of her squats and all of her bench. So far on the day, she is 6 for 6, perfect, with a final squat of 177.5 kilos and 80 kilos on bench. She'll come back to deadlift with Flight E after we do Flight G, bench, and a 10-minute break. Come on, Tyler, push through that. Ooh, also an excellent third attempt call for Tyler for 3 white lights, good lift. Jude coming out next. He's got 147.5 kilos on the bar. I think he might even have a little bit more on that bench. That was a great third attempt. 3 white lights, good lift for Jude. Daniel's going to come out next to 150 kilos on the bar. We've got 8 more second attempt benches here coming to you for Flight F, and it looks like we are going to crisp just barely into that 400-pound range for our very final third attempt bench in this flight. Most of these gentlemen are going to be above the 350-pound mark. Daniel here is at 330, and our next bencher, Eric Corbin, is also going to be at 330. Kanan will be at 336, and then we'll jump up to 352 for Evan.
Third attempt for Eric Corbin. Wrapping up his bench only day, 150 kilograms.
Eric is our bench-only competitor, which means this is his final lift of the whole day. Just come in, do a couple of benches, and then roll on out. And that looks like a good lift to me, but I don't know what our referees see. They do agree, though. 3 white lights, good lift. I will also make a note that I do believe these placements that are appearing, since we had the placement question earlier, are for the open division. So it's for the division that's showing you here. Kanan is cross-competing in the open and the raw junior. And currently it looks like he's leading the raw junior, but is in 4th for the raw open in the 100 kilo class. We've got a couple of cross competitors here today. They may or may not have all of their divisions shown on the lifting cast screen. I'm not an IT expert at all. I don't claim to be, so I can only tell you what I see, which I think is what you see. But I also have the lifting cast pulled up, so I am looking at a little bit more information than just what is on your screen. These gentlemen are benching so very well today. That's going to be a 3 white light good lift for Evan, and we've got 4 more benches coming up. This flight is looking so beautiful for their benches today. Zaid coming out to 162.5 kilos on the bar, 358 pounds. May have had some downward motion there, is what our judges say. Yeah, I think they saw it too. So once you get that press command on bench, you can only go up. So if you are somebody who sinks and heaves at your chest, that means that you can't pull that bar then further into your chest and back up. That would be downward motion because it's moving towards the ground, towards your chest, instead of up in the press. It also happens when you get about midway, though. You get stuck halfway, you just jump just a little, and then your muscles are like, wait, no, we want to push this up, and then you push the rest of the way. It's unfortunate to see, but it does happen. He can talk to the jury and see if they thought that it was the whole bar moving down or not. It looks like somebody may be doing that from the overhead screen that I have. DeMarco coming out to 363 pounds on the bar, 165 kilos. Solid effort. He was benching to a compilation from Naruto, an anime fan for sure. Christopher Vu coming out to 375-ish pounds, 170 kilos. That's not quite going to happen for Christopher today. He'll come back and get at his next meet.
Michael Coonley is going to come out to 182.5 kilos. It's just over 400 pounds for his last attempt of the bench on the day. And this is also going to be the last attempt of the bench for Flight F. We'll move on to Flight G right after this. A very smooth third attempt for Michael, and that's going to continue his perfect day. He'll be 6 for 6. I don't actually know if he's gotten any red lights at all today. Nope, he is 6 for 6 with all white lights so far today. Great lifting from Michael Cooney. Coonley, sorry. We'll go on to Charlie next. He's going to open at 100 kilos to start off our Flight G benches. They're going to hold him off the platform while they get his bench set up where he needs it to be. Bar's called loaded. And he makes absolutely quick work of 220 for a 3 white lights. Good lift. Parker makes equally quick work of 105 kilos for a 3 white lights. Good lift. Albert coming out to 145 kilos next for his opener. These gentlemen are absolutely smoking their openers. 3 white lights for Albert. Good lift. Kane's got 147.5 kilos on the bar for his opener. And these guys are just absolutely working these benches today. Nuts. We're going to keep plugging along. Next, we've got Joel Wyman coming out for the same 147.5 kilos. Gorgeous bench opener from Joel for 3 white lights. Good lift.
Brian Smith coming out to 150 kilos next for his opener. Smooth opener from Brian. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. Seth is going to come for that same 150 kilos, 330 pounds. So smooth with his opener also. These guys are just making it look so easy today. I wish my bench looked that easy. My bench does not look that easy. My bench looks difficult, living difficult all of the time. Alex has 155 kilos on the bar. Let's see if you can keep this trend of making these look just so very breezy. I would say he does make it look so easy for his bench opener. 3 white lights, good lift. And already we've only got 6 more bench openers for our last fight of the day. We're going to go to Charlie next at 155 kilos. I don't know if you guys can hear already, but Chris, who is coming up next, is already hyping himself up in our chalk tent. That's a very easy opener for Charlie at 155 kilos. Beautiful. 2-1. I'm not really sure what happened there. Trying to see if I can catch a hint from that side ref that threw that. Here's Chris coming out, hyping himself up as always. I've seen him compete a few times. You always know he's competing because you can definitely hear him. He's having a great time every time he lifts. We love it. And an absolutely breezy opener for Chris. Also, 3 white lights, good lift. Derek Allen coming out next. He's got 170 kilos on the bar. One of our college lifters from Virginia Tech. Go Hokies. It's actually, I was part of the Virginia Tech Powerlifting Club while I was there from 2020 to 2024. A little older than Derek is. Great press from Derek. Good lift. 3 white lights. Kevin coming out next. He's got 175 kilos on the bar. Smooth opener from Kevin. It's going to give him 3 white lights. Good lift. And we've got 2 more bench openers here. One from Robert at 175 kilos, and then Kaylin will come out for 180 keys. And it looks like we're going to crest into the 400s for a couple of lifters here for our last flight of bench. Dude, yes, I agree. Seriously strong benches. These are a little bit crazy. I love seeing it, though. Makes me very happy. Love good lifting. And they're making it look so easy, too. Like, it's big weight, but they are throwing it off of them like it doesn't weigh anything. Robert just absolutely tossed 385 for a 2-to-1 good lift. I'm not quite sure what that red was for. I'm going to see if I can get a sneak peek from our referee. Again, Kaylin opening just under 400 pounds, 396 for an opener. And if he moves this like how some of these benches have been moving, I wouldn't be surprised, because that's just the way the day's going. We've got some seriously strong humans out here today. Yeah, just toss it off of you. Why not? That's fine. 3 white lights, great lift for a bench opener from Kaylin at almost 400 pounds. Spotters and loaders will strip that bar down. We'll get it down to 110 kilos for our second attempt of bench for Charlie. I mean, it says something when most of your flight is over 150 kilos, right? Absolutely ridiculous. And an absolutely beautiful second attempt for Charlie. It's going to be 3 white lights, good lift. Parker making a pretty sizable jump up to 117.5 kilos. Also absolutely beautiful. That moved like an opener did. For a great lift for Parker. 3 white lights. I agree, it was great to see Sean come back out and get his 3rd attempt. It looks like he might be taking what we call a token deadlift, so it looks like he lowered his deadlift opener to 60 kilos. We'll see what happens there, but I'm glad that he was able to hopefully put up a total for the meet by coming out and getting that last bench. Albert's got 152 kilos on the bar, 152 and a half. Smooth for a second. 3 white lights, good lift. Brian makes quick work of his second attempt at 155 for 3 white lights, good lift. Brian is our lifter that came out and squatted 700 pounds earlier today. Absolutely crazy strong people here today. Moving on to Joel, he's got 160 kilos on the bar. So we got 2 reds with yellow cards from our side judges. My first guess is almost always that his butt came off the bench. I don't know that for certain. It's just a very common breakdown, a very common reason for you to get that red-yellow. But again, I don't know that for sure. I don't have that angle. So it looks like our chief referee got some feedback from one of our jury members, and now is relaying that feedback to our spotters and loaders. I don't know what that was, but we are going to keep going on to Seth next. He's got 160 kilos on the bar. Yeah, I didn't think that 60 was his original game plan for his deadlift, but I'm glad to see that he's going to pull for something. Hopefully he's feeling better by the time deadlifts roll around and he can put up some bigger numbers, but we'll see. A beautiful second attempt from Seth. Seth, I believe, is one of the coaches of the Virginia Commonwealth University, VCU powerlifting team. I was actually surprised I didn't see him out here yesterday, but it makes sense why I didn't see him yesterday if he's competing today.
162.5.
And a smooth second attempt from Kane also for a 3 white lights, good lift. Charlie's coming out to 162.5 kilos on the bar. Beautiful second attempt. And it does look like we're going to get into that 400-pound mark for quite a few of our last benchers for this flight, because I can already see the 182s coming up. So we'll go to Alex next with 165, then Chris will take 165 as well. And then we've got 3 in a row attempting over 400. 182.5 is 402. And again, just another smooth second attempt from Alex at 165. 2-to-1 good lift. Again, I'm not quite sure what that could have been. I won't even try to guess. Sometimes I see things from the screen that I have, but the side, excuse me, when the side judges throw it on bench, it's a lot harder for me to see what they see. I don't have that angle. Very smooth second attempt from Chris. 3 white lights, good lift. And our final few benches here on the day, our final second attempts rather, for flight G are going to be all over 400 pounds. So we've got Derek, Kevin, and Robert all going after 402. And then Kaylin is going to come out after 195 kilos, which is more than 402. I think it's in the 430 range. Again, I don't have my chart. I should have grabbed it. I'll grab it before deadlifts because I don't want to do that math. Yeah, 195 is going to be 429.9. We'll give him the 430. And Derek makes absolutely quick work of 402 pounds. For 3 white lights, good lift. Kevin's got 402 in his hands next. Smooth second attempt. 3 white lights, good lift. We'll see where he goes for his third. And now Robert's going to try his hands at 402 as well, 182.5 kilos. Smooth second attempt there as well. For 3 white lights, good lift. And our final second attempt on bench for flight G today. So these are our final second attempt benches of the day. We've got 195 kilos going to Kaylin. Again, that's almost 430 pounds. We'll give it to him, 429.9. If a fly landed on it, it would be 430 pounds, so we'll call it. And he has a smooth second attempt with 430. And that's going to be 3 white lights for Kaylin. We're going to go into our third attempt bench here. These are going to be the last benches of the day because, again, we only have the one session. So Flight G is going to wrap us up. We're going to start out with Parker going to 127.5 kilos. We do have a couple. Oh, they just hadn't been put in yet. I was going to say, it looks like we have a couple who had opted not to take their thirds. But no, Charlie's going to start out with 120 first, and then we'll go to Parker at 127. And that doesn't look like it's going to happen for Charlie today, but he does still have the 110 from his second attempt, so he is sitting at a very nice day so far. Parker gets his start command here for bench with 127. It makes it just look like an opener for your third attempt. Normally third attempts do not look like that. 3 white lights for Parker. Albert's got 157.5 kilos on the bar. He's got the Madagascar Penguins watching him bench for his third attempt hype video, and he is going to put that up. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift. Joel's going to try again at 160 kilos. He did get 2 reds for that earlier, I believe. Yeah, 2 reds with yellow cards. Not quite sure what that could have been. See what our judges have to say. Same 2 reds on the side. I'm going to guess that his butt may be coming off the bench just because that is one of the things that I just cannot see from where I am. But again, just a guess. Brian Smith coming out next to 160 kilos on the bar. He looks very nice with that 160 kilos in his hands. And our judges agree, 3 white lights. Charlie's got 165 kilos on the bar for his third attempt. That looked good from my angle, and it looked good from the judges too. 3 white lights, good lift. Seth coming out next, 165 kilos on the bar. Seth looking very comfortable in his unrack. Pushing through. Smooth. And our judges agree, 3 white lights. Kane coming out next with 170 kilos on the bar, 375-ish pounds. So I'm guessing his hands were not all the way around the bar, maybe. They can have fingertip grip, but I'm not sure what happened there. Barely got that star command, but he got it. He's gonna push. It's not gonna happen for him today. Again, not quite sure what happened there. Alex is 170 kilos on the bar as well for his final attempt here. And I don't think that's going to happen for him today. He'll come back and get it at his next meet. Looks like we may have knocked over our camera there. Got a glimpse of somebody in the audience. I will go and see if I can get that set back up. So, we'll pop you over to the overhead for now, just so that you guys have a view of the platform. Or not. Pop you back over to the platform view there. We're a little crooked. Sorry about that. We did get knocked over. We'll see if we can get it fixed. Chris is going to come out for 175 kilos on the barbell. 385 pounds. And that looked good from Chris to me. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. Saber's over there trying to get that camera set back up. We are still just a little crooked. We're doing our best. And Kevin's coming out getting hype. Come on, Kevin. Smooth for his third. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights. He's excited. We've got 3 more benches for the day. We've got Robert coming out for 187.5 kilos as well, as we get that camera adjusted a little bit more again. Hopefully get you guys back on track so you don't have to turn your heads while you watch. Looked good to me. See what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. Derek is going to come out for 195 kilos, 430 pounds on the bar. Pretty hefty jump from his second attempt. And he just makes it look like it's nothing at all.
And our judges say 3-way lights, good lift. So we're going to crest over 200 kilos now for Kalen. He's going to go to 451 pounds at 205 kilos for our final bench of the day.
Yeah, life. Life is the only thing we need. They need me to go, but I don't want to leave. Rest in peace, little kid. Pigeonhole, I'm a night owl. It's a different mode. I might have to make a pen six on a pinky toe. Heard you with a shooting guard. Just let it know. I would hate you courtside, not the middle row. All good.
Kalen pushing through that. Come on, Kalen. Oh, solid effort from Kalen after having just an absolutely massive day so far. All right, that concludes our bench for the day with Flight G finishing out their benches. We are going to take a 10-minute break as soon as we get the combo rack off of the platform, get it set up for deadlifts, and we'll be back 10 minutes after that. We'll start with deadlifts for Flight E. So if you have a lifter in Flight E, all of our ladies for the day are in Flight E. Then we will let Flight E deadlift, then Flight F will deadlift, then Flight G, and that will conclude lifting for the day.
We are going to get rolling right along into deadlifts. So our first deadlift of the day is going to be from, looks like Sierra Edwards at 102.5 kilos.
All right, folks, the final discipline, deadlift.
There is only one command in the deadlift. So lifters have the full 1 minute to start their lift. And that would be any bona fide attempt to pull the bar off the floor. Then they get the down command. It's the only command they need to worry about. There are 3 color cards that they could get a red light for. Red, blue, and yellow, just like all the others. Red is going to be if they don't have a full lockout. That could be at the knees or the shoulders. A blue is going to be if they support the bar on their thighs for any reason. So that could be what we call hitching or ramping. Or if they just like support it on their quads, which usually also ends up if they're supporting long term with red as well, because the knees are going to be soft at the top. Sierra successfully completes her first one there, so she's going to get a good lift for her first deadlift. And then Amani's going to come out for 107.5 kilos. And then again, the red-yellow is always a little bit of some guesswork on my end because I don't have the same angles as all of our referees, but it could be for all kinds of things. Then one of the newest ones that can give a red-yellow is for accelerating the bar back to the floor. So a lot of lifters, when they get really excited, they have a tendency to like throw the bar down. You do have to maintain control of the bar and not what I call help the bar get to the floor. Gravity does a good enough job. You do not have to help the bar get down. If you do, it is a red-yellow as well. So that's going to be a good lift for Amani. And with that, both Sierra and Amani successfully put up totals for the day. So as soon as you put up a successful deadlift, you have a total for the day. We love to see that. We want lifters to be successful. Holly's going to come out. She's got 145 kilos on the bar. Beautiful opener from Holly. Our judges agree, 3 right lights, good lift. Eve's got 147.5 kilos on the bar. And that's 3 white lights for Eve, good lift. As I've said throughout the day, you'll see a couple of different variations between the lifters on deadlifts, just like you have for squat and for bench. So the 2 primary stances that people are going to deadlift from are going to be a conventional stance like Kinley here, or a sumo stance like how Holly did just a little bit ago. Again, the whole point is to lift as much weight as you can within the confines of the rules. Sumo is within the confines of the rules, so I don't care what your keyboard warrior friend on Instagram says. It is not cheating in the sport of powerlifting. For some people, it is easier to lift more weight sumo, and so that's why they choose to do it, because powerlifting is all about lifting the most weight. And 3 white light, good lift for Jennifer as well. She's had a pretty good day today. That's a good lift there for Luke. We'll move on to Harrison next. He's got 165 kilos on the bar. Harrison pulls for a 3 white light, good lift opener on that first attempt there for his deadlift.
Tion's going to get a 3 white light good lift for his opener at 170 kilos, 375 pounds. And that's a 2-to-1 good lift. Looks like one of our side judges doesn't think that they got quite full lockout. That could be at the shoulders or at the knees. Allen's going to come out next. He's got 195 kilos on the bar. That's going to be like 3 white light lift there for Allen. We're going to move on to our first Jacob A. Schwartz, our teenage Jacob Schwartz. He makes quick work of his opener of 200 kilos. And that's going to be a 3 white light good lift. Evans has 207.5 kilos on the bar. Got the UVA socks on. He might be a Wahoo. And that's going to be a good lift. Next. That's a 3 white light good lift for Andrew. And our final opening deadlift for this first flight is going to be 230 kilos to Jacob M. Schwartz. And that's going to be a good lift for Jacob. And with that, all of our gentlemen have completed successfully a deadlift, and our ladies have in this flight have successfully completed a deadlift for the day, which means that they had already put up a subtotal of a squat and a bench. They have put up a total for the day. And we do still have some of our lifters having a perfect day so far. So we have Holly, even Kenley, all still perfect on the day at 7 for 7 completed attempts. That was a good second attempt for Sierra at 107.5 kilos. We're going to go on to Imani at 122.5 kilos. Pretty big jump from her opener. Good to me from here, and our judges agree, 3 white lights. I do see the comment about dance moves. Yeah, some people have very specific setups for their deadlift. I personally do not. Some people do. It is a running joke on the internet that sumo deadlifters specifically have the more colorful setups. So we may have some dancers out there. It is possible. Holly makes quick work of her second attempt at 155. She gets 3 white lights for that. Good lift. That's going to be a 2-to-1 good lift for Luke.
So sorry, I had to step away there for a second. But we have some interesting things happening, some interesting rules happening. So a week ago, Luke Underwood took 160 kilos for his opener, and then he, I don't know if it was mistyped or something happened where he retook 160 kilos for his second attempt. After a successful attempt, the minimum increase is 2.5 kilos. So if he hadn't submitted an attempt higher than 160 kilos, it would have automatically been submitted as 162.5. That did not happen. So from there, the jury table went to go talk to the score table, figure out what happened. And so now there is going to be a reattempt granted for Luke to take his second attempt at 100. He submitted 190 kilos. So at the end of both of our Jacobs here, so Jacob Schwartz, the younger here, the first one, and then Jacob Schwartz, the older one, Luke is going to take a second attempt, reattempt at 190 kilos before we go into third attempt deadlifts for this flight. Luckily, it looks like I did not miss anything as far as rules explanations or any questions in the chat, because all of these ladies and gentlemen have successfully completed all of those deadlifts, and I don't think I saw too many red lights thrown anyway. So Jacob will take, the older Jacob Schwartz will take his second attempt at 240 kilos, and then we'll get the reattempt, second attempt from Luke, and then we'll go into third attempts. Beautiful second attempt from Jacob M. Schwartz for a 3 white light good lift. So here's our reattempt happening. This is 190 kilos coming from Luke. And Luke stands up with that 190 kilo reattempt for a 3 white light. Good attempt for that second. Third attempts, now we're going to start off with Sierra. She's got 115 kilos on the bar. A beautiful third attempt from Sierra. She looks happy with it. Our judges say 3 white lights, good lift. And Amani's trying to stand up with 130. It doesn't look like it's going to happen today. She still had a really, really good day overall. We're going to go on to Kinley McConnell next. She's got 165 kilograms on the bar. Kinley fights for that one. I do think that's going to get red blues for supporting on the quads. Let's see what our judges say. Yeah. Yeah, from the side judges.
she has the opportunity to go and talk to the jury, see what their thoughts are on that. Honestly, a rotisserie chicken is probably not the weirdest thing that I've seen people eat on a meat day. Lifters do bring their own food. I don't know if you could bring like the rotisserie to cook the chicken. That might not be up to fire code, but a fully cooked rotisserie chicken, I'm sure it's fine. I've seen some pretty interesting food choices. A lot of the times lifters are choosing those quicker carb things, so I've seen people drinking honey in the back. I've seen people alternate between like honey and soy sauce to make sure they're getting carbs and salts. Lifters are a strange breed. Rotisserie chicken would definitely not be... A rotisserie chicken would be par for the course for powerlifters, for sure. And Eve stands up with that 167.5 kilo third attempt. And that did not look like a third attempt. What a good day for her. That is going to complete her 9 for 9 day. She and Holly both. Jennifer coming out now with 380 on the bar, 172.5 kilos. She's had a really good day today, too, so far, only missing that third attempt bench. She makes quick work of 172.5. And our judges are going to call that 3 white lights. Good lift. Harrison is feeling that. 400-pound deadlift, 182.5 kilos, 3 right legs, good lift. Tion's loaded up 187.5 kilos, 413 on the bar. That does not look like a third attempt to me. Looks really nice. Our judges say 3 white lights, good lift. Mike Beck is going to come out to 205 on the bar next. 451 pounds. A solid fight from Mike, but it just is not going to go all the way up today. Great attempt. And Luke is going to take advantage of that reattempt. Go up to 210 for his third attempt. And he gave it a solid effort there. Unfortunately, Luke is not going to be able to put up a total today because he did not successfully put up a bench attempt, but he still had a great day of lifting overall today. He'll come back and make sure he follows all those commands at his next attempt, at his next meet. Evans is coming out next to 220 kilograms on the bar. We've only got 5 more third attempt deadlifts in this first flight. Then we'll go into the last 2 flights of the day. Evans at 220 kilos on the bar, 485. Looked much too easy for a third attempt. And our judges are going to give it 3 white lights, good lift.
Alan Fleming closing out with 501.
Before you get to the gym, you have to promise yourself that you are not going to go home a loser. And you will fight to the death to maintain your promise to yourself.
Allen going to come out here and try for 227.5 kilos.
Myself, that I'm that loser.
He's going to fight for this one. See if he locks it out. And let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights for that 500-pound pull, 227.5 kilos for Allen. All right, our last 3 for this flight, for Flight E, are going to be the younger Jacob Schwartz, Andrew Kelly, and then the older Jacob Schwartz. So Jacob Schwartz, teenager, is going to come out with 240 kilos on the bar, 529. Oh, he's going to fight for it. He's really going to fight for it. He stands up with it. See what our judges say. 3 white lights. What a fight for that great lift.
That's pushing to a sticking point. If I've ever seen it. Great deadlift. This close out his day. Andrew Kelly taking 534.
Andrew Kelly with 242.5 kilos for a 3 white light good lift. Our final deadlift of this first flight is going to be Jacob M. Schwartz, 245 kilos on the bar.
And last but not least, Jacob M. Schwartz closing out Flight E, 530 pounds.
And that's going to be a 3 white light. Good lift for Jacob Schwartz. And with that, our Flight E is finished lifting for the day. So we're going to move on to Flight F.
If you're a member of Flight E and you still have belongings in the warm-up area, if you wouldn't mind collecting those belongings.
Charles is going to be our first
Tidy up that space.
lifter for this next flight of deadlifts at 105 kilograms on the bar.
Belongings in the warm-up area, we appreciate that very much. Moving to Flight F, Charles Brand will open things up here at 105 kilograms.
And 3 white lights for Charles. Going to continue his pretty darn good day. So far, 7 for 7. All successful attempts. Ben coming out next. He's got 155 kilos on the bar. Also having a pretty darn good day today. That deadlift makes him also 7 for 7 on the day.
Carlos is out next with just over 400 pounds on the bar, 185 kilos. He's also 6 for 6 so far on the day, so this lift would make it 7 for 7. Carlos makes quick work of his opener. Says go up from that. 3 white lights, good lift. Daniel loads up 413 pounds. His opener looks super breezy, and our judges are going to say that's a 3 white light, good lift. Tyler's coming out to 200 kilos on the bar, 440 pounds. So you may have noticed, and I can't believe I haven't said anything about it yet, but all of our deadlifters today are going to be wearing tall socks. That is for safety and hygiene reasons. You don't want to scrape your shins on the bar and have to clean the bar between every attempt. So they do have to wear tall socks. A lifter like Tyler, who wears his knee sleeves, may not wear as tall of socks as everybody else because the socks are not allowed to touch the knee sleeves. Neither is the singlet, and that is true for any time anyone is wearing knee sleeves. Jude is up next with 220 on the bar. Makes light work of it. Oh, might have been too quick for him. Pulled him out of his lockout a little bit there. That might not get whites just because of that possible downward motion. It's going to be 2-1. Good lift. That's always no fun when it's not because you didn't follow the rules. It's because the weight was just frankly too easy. Evan Hamilton next. He's got 225 on the bar, 496 pounds.
Evan Hamilton stepping up for a 225 opener.
A super easy opener for Evan at 3 white lights. Good lift. Zaid Fada coming up to 250 kilos. I don't know if you guys can hear, but there is definitely a crowd for him here. Don't blink, you'll miss that opener. 3 white lights, good lift. Four more openers here. We've got Christopher Vu coming out to 257.5 kilos. Michael Coonley will come, try 260 kilos. Kanan Graham is going to come for 287.5 kilos, and then DeMarco is going to come out for 290 kilos.
Christopher Vu with his good lift at 257.5 kilos. Michael Coonley coming out next, 260 kilos. Also a super quick opener from Michael Coonley. 3 right light, good lift, 260 kilos. 2 more flight. Kanan Graham going to come out to 287.5, 633 pounds. And then DeMarco is going to go up just a little bit more to 290 keys. Kanan makes quick work of 287.5. Beautiful 3 by light, good lift for him. Our final opener for this second flight is going to be DeMarco here at 290 kilos. A little bit of a stick there in the middle for DeMarco. Our judges are going to give him 3 white lights, a good lift. That's going to continue. A pretty good day for DeMarco. So far, he's only missed third attempts on squat and bench. Charles back to try his hands at 115 kilos. And that looks good to me from here, but let's see what our judges say. 3 right lights, good lift. Solid second from Ben. That's going to get 3 white lights, good lift. I think that continues his perfect day. And it doesn't look like our friend Sean is going to come back out and try for any of his deadlifts. I really do hope he's okay. What a way to come back after that first attempt bench to be able to hit it, but I guess he's not feeling good enough to deadlift today. We're going to wish him all the best. Daniel coming out for 200 kilos. Smooth second. And our judges say 3 white lights, good lift. Carlos hypes up the crowd for his 205 kilo deadlift. Smooth and quick. Oh, he's excited. He said put some weight on that bar. 3 highlights, good lift. So Carlos, you may have noticed both of his hands were overhand on the bar. likely using what we call a hook grip, which is when you hook your thumbs underneath of the bar and then wrap your fingers over that to really lock in the bar into your hands. I personally can't do that. My thumbs don't work like that, so I don't do that. I use a mixed grip, and when we see another mixed grip, I'll let you guys know. But hook grip, here's a mixed grip. But hook grip is really common with Olympic weightlifters. I can do it on an Olympic bar because the women's bar is a little bit smaller, but on a power bar, my thumbs disagree with me. So some people say it helps them get into better position. The way that I set up my deadlift, I don't think I get anything out of trying hook grip, so I gave up. I'm not going to suffer for no reason, but some people swear by it. Bar is called loaded for Jude. He's going to come out for 227.5 kilos. I wonder what sticker Jude has on his belt. They look like frogs. Friends of Jude in the chat. Is Jude a frog fan? A solid second from Jude. 3 white lights for that one. No doubter. Evan Hamilton making a pretty sizable 20-kilo jump to 245 kilos for his second attempt. So are those frogs on his belt? I really want to know. I'm so curious. And that was a good lift for Evan there, 245 kilos. We're going to go to Christopher Vu next at 262.5 kilos. Perhaps. I do really enjoy the frogs, and they match his green singlet so very well. One of the things I do love about powerlifting is that because it's not like a team sport that requires a uniform, you get to see a lot of the lifters' personality and the things that they choose to wear on the platform. So, for instance, the frogs on Jude's belt, that match his green singlet really, really nicely. Or some of the other colors that you've seen, some of the socks that they may wear. I've seen a couple of the pairs of chicken leg socks here the last couple days. I don't know if we'll see any today. Belts are another big one. So you can put stickers on a belt, but also you can fully customize belts through some companies. So we've seen glitter. I've seen like prints on them. Powerlifting is one of those super fun things because you really do get to see people's personality in what they do on the platform and also what they wear on the platform. Zaid's hype crew is getting loud out here in the crowd for his second attempt to pull at 270 kilos. Very smooth second attempt for Zaid. Let's see where he goes for his third. 3 white lights, good lift on that one. We're going to have 3 more second attempts for this second flight. We're going to go to 282.5 kilos, 622 pounds, before we go to 300 for DeMarco and 302.5 for Kanan. Michael's got 282.5 kilos on this barbell. And just makes it look like it doesn't weigh almost 630 pounds. 3 white lights, good lift for Michael there. It continues his perfect day. He's now 8 for 8.
All right, 300 kilograms on the bar for DeMarco Singletary. 661 pounds.
DeMarco's going to come out with 661 on the bar, 300 kilos. He's going to fight for that one. And our judges are going to call that. 2-1, good lift. Might have been some downward motion on that right side. Could also be soft knees, not really sure.
The faded number, Kaden Graham, second attempt.
Kanan's going to come out with 302.5 kilos. That is the number of the beast in pounds. 666.9 pounds. He stands up with it, and again, I can't really tell if he's excited because of his face covered by his hair, but 3 white lights, good lift. He gets a fist bump from one of the spotters. We're going to go on to third attempts now. Starting with Ben. He's going to go, oh, sorry, no. Going to Charles first, and then Brim. Charles and then Ben. Charles is going to start out with 125 kilos on the bar, 275 pounds. And he stands up with it. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lifts. And that wraps up a perfect day for Charles. 9 for 9. I don't know if he even got a single red light all day. Let's see. He did not. 27 for 27 white lights for Charles. Beautiful day. Ben coming out to 175 kilos on the bar, 385. He's going to stand up with it. And what are our judges going to say? 3 white lights, good lift for him to also have a 9 for 9 perfect day. Also, oh no, he got a couple of reds, but beautiful 9 for 9 day. Daniel Autry coming out next, 205 kilos on the bar.
And 3 white lights. Tyler closed out his day 217. Really, our last 3 lifters just went 9 for 9 at perfect days.
So those last 3 gentlemen, just all 3 had 9 for 9 perfect days. We love to see that. Tyler Howerton coming up next. He's got 217 kilos. A smooth pull for that one. See what our judges say. Oh, goodness.
Squad loaded for June, 235 kilos.
Coming out playing Party in the USA. What a hype song for Let's see what he's going to do with this. Oh, makes it look absolutely easy for his third attempt. Let's see what our judges say. 2-1, good lift. Evan coming out, he's got 255 keys on the bar, 562 pounds. Oh, a solid pull for his third attempt. He's excited about it. Our judges are going to call it 2-1 good lift. We've got Zaid Fada coming out next. He's got 285 kilos getting loaded onto the bar, 628 pounds. He's going to get some knuckle bumps from our spotters and loaders, and his hype crew in the crowd's going to go absolutely crazy. Oh, too easy for a third. Beautiful. He's happy about it. 3 white lights, good lift.
Bars loaded for Mike. 650 pounds.
Michael Coonley coming out. He's got 295 kilos on the bar, 650 pounds. He's already totaled 750 kilos. This would put him at 762 and a half, I believe. He's had a beautiful day so far. Come on, lock it out. Gorgeous. See what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. Completing his perfect day, 9 for 9. DeMarco Singletary coming out next. He's got 688 pounds going on the bar, 312 kilos. Nuts. DeMarco hyping himself up here. Let's see what he's got left in his tank. He's already got a 715 kilo total. This will put him at 727 and a half. He pulls, he fights, and it's not going to happen for him today. What a great effort. Solid effort from DeMarco. Had a pretty good day today, 6 for 9, only missing third attempts. That's leaving it all on the platform. Kanan Graham coming out here next. He's got 315 kilos going on the bar. He's already got a 700 kilo total. This will put him at 715. This might jump him a placement. A solid effort. If he had successfully pulled that, I do believe it would have put him on the platform. It would have moved him into second place for the Ben's Raw Open 100 kilos, so I understand why we're doing it. Great attempt. Great day all around for him. That's the only missed lift he's had today. And that concludes deadlifting for our Flight F. We're going to move on into Flight G. Flight G is our final set of deadlifts for the day.
And then we will be concluding lifting for the day. We're going to start it out with an opener from Alex. He's got 175 keys on the bar. Nice and smooth there from Alex. And our judges are going to give it 3 white lights. Good lift. Very smooth opener from Parker there, 185 kilos. 3 white lights, good lift. Charlie is going to come out and take the same 185 kilos. Beautiful opener there from Charlie. 3 white lights, good lift. A very smooth opener from Joel there at 217.5 kilos. It's going to give him a 3 white light, good lift. Chris Allen coming out next to 225 kilos on the bar. Bar has been called loaded. I don't hear him getting hype yet. Maybe he doesn't quite need it for his opening attempt here on deadlift. There he goes. 225 on the bar for Chris Allen. He's had a pretty good day so far. 6 for 6 so far. An easy opener for Chris. It's going to be 3 white lights, good lift. Kane out here with 230 kilos on the bar. Beautiful first attempt. And our judges agree, 3 white lights. Albert Lee's got 250 kilos on the bar for his opener. Looked super easy for Albert. It's going to be 3 white lights, good lift. Seth is going to load up 255 kilos on the bar for his opening attempt. Seth also having a pretty good day so far. Albert just completed a 7 for 7 so far. Good day. Seth wants to do the same. Super smooth. I think that'll do it. Absolutely. 3 white lights. Good lift. Kalen going to come out next. He's got 260 kilos loaded on the bar. Beautiful opening attempt from Kalen. It's going to get him 3 white lights. Good lift. We've got 5 more openers here for our deadlifts. We've got 262.5 going to Robert, 265 for Kevin, 270 to Charlie, 275 to Derek, and then our final opener is going to go to Brian at 280 kilos. And I think that these gentlemen are going to try their very darndest to get deep into the 600s, if not up into the 7s. And an absolutely breezy opener for Robert. It's going to get him 3 white lights from our judges. Good lift. Bars loaded for Kevin. He's going to come out to 265 kilos on the bar. Super easy opener for Kevin. 3 white lights, good lift. Charlie's going to come out to 270 kilograms on the bar for his opener. And so far, so good for all these openers for our gentlemen in Flight G. Actually, for every single lifter that attempted a deadlift today so far, their opening deadlift has been successful. Love to see that. And I think Charlie's going to add to it. See what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. 2 more opening deadlifts here. We got Derek coming out for 207.5 kilos. That is just over that 600-pound mark. And then we'll go up another 5 keys to about 617 for Brian as soon as Derek hits this. Derek, one of our lifters from Virginia Tech. Go Hokies. If I had to guess, I would venture to guess that he trains at the Very Good Gym down there. That is the name of the gym. There is going to be a meet there. That's a 2-to-1 good lift for Derek. There's going to be a meet there on the 18th of April. So if you are a Southwest Virginia local like myself, I live in Roanoke, that is probably the closest meet in our area that USAPL Virginia will put on. I'm frequently driving to Ashland, where we are here today, at Tyson's in Ashland, formerly Iron Bill Gym. Brian is going to try for 280 kilos. He's got 617 on the bar. Beautiful. See what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. So again, like I said, if you are a Southwest Virginia local and don't want to drive to Richmond for your next meet, you don't have to. There will be one in Christiansburg, Virginia, at a gym called Very Good Gym on the 18th of April of this year. And with that, every single one of our lifters today completed their first deadlift successfully. We're going to go on into second attempt deadlifts. We're going to go to Alex with 177.5 kilos on the bar. Looks good to me from here, and also our judges agree, 3 white lights. Charlie is going to go up 20 kilos from that to 197.5 kilos on the bar, 435 pounds.
Charlie Deal taking 197.5 for his second attempt.
A smooth second attempt for Charlie. 3 white lights, good lift. Parker now is going to come out and go to 205 kilos. That's 451 pounds.
Bar is loaded for Parker. 452 on the bar.
He stands up with it. He fights through it. See what our judges say. 2-1, good lift. Joel coming out now. He's got 230 kilos on the bar, 507 pounds. I can already hear Chris getting ready for his second attempt. Looks smooth to me from here, and our judges agree. 3 white lights. Chris coming out to 237.5 kilos, 523 pounds. That looks beautiful to me. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. Kane is going to try 245 kilos for his second attempt, 540 pounds. He stands up with it. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift. Albert's going to go to 265 kilos on the bar, 584 pounds.
Bar is loaded for Albert. 265, 584 pounds.
Looks good to me. Our judges are going to say that he either didn't lock his knees all the way out or had some downward motion. He does have the opportunity to talk to the jury about that if he does not agree. He looked confused also. I don't know that I saw what the judges saw, but that's okay. I don't have to. I'm not on the platform right now. I don't have the same angle as they do. Seth coming out. He's going to look to continue his perfect day.
Bar loaded.
He's got 275 kilos on the bar for Seth. 606, and that's super easy for him. Makes it look absolutely beautiful for a 3 white light good lift from our judges.
Round we're doing on deck 611 pounds.
Robert goes to 277 kilos on the bar, 611 pounds.
That's a fast moving deadlift.
Felt good to me from here, and our judges agree. Three-way lights. Kaylin's going to come out next to 280 kilograms on the bar, 617 pounds.
Kilograms. 617 pounds.
We do have 5 more second attempts here before we roll into thirds. We've got Kaylin with 280. Derek, Kevin, and Brian are all going to go for 285, and then Charlie going to wrap up those second attempts at 295.
And 3 white lights.
Derek coming out next to 285 kilos, 628 pounds.
Bar being loaded for Derek Allen. 285 kilograms.
Good lift for Derek. We're going to stay at the same weight. Kevin's going to come out and go for it next. Again, 285, 628 pounds. He stands up with it. Let's see what our judges say. Three-way lights, good lift. We've got 2 more deadlifts for the second attempts for our Flight G lifters. Brian going to 285 kilos on the bar, and Charlie going to go to 295. So we're already sitting at 628 pounds. He makes that look super easy. Let's see what our judges have to say. Three-way lights, good lift. Our final second attempt deadlift for the day is going to go to Charlie with 295 kilos on the bar. Charlie's going to fight through that sticking point there. Three-way light, good lift for him. And we're going to roll right on into our final attempt on deadlift for the day. We're going to start off these third attempts in Flight G with Alex. He's going to go to 187.5 kilos on the bar. He fights through that sticky point there. Let's see what our judges are going to say about that. Might have been some downward motion. Yeah. All 3 of our judges gave the red blue for, I'm guessing, downward motion at that sticky point. Parker's going to come out to 210 kilos on the bar, 463 pounds. He says no, not today. Solid effort on the day, though, for Parker. Only missing his third attempt squat and deadlift. Charlie's going to come out next. He's got 225 kilos loaded on the bar. A solid fight from Charlie. And our judges are going to say 2-1 no lift. I'm guessing downward motion on that one. Could also be soft knee or supporting on the quads / hitching or ramping. Joel is going to load 240 kilos on the bar, 529 pounds. A very breezy third for Joel. See what our judges have to say. Oh, he says yes. He's excited. 3 white lights. Good lift. First of our flight to get that third deadlift. An elusive lift today, I am seeing for our gentlemen. 8 more deadlifts on the day. We only have 8 more lifts for our meet for the Virginia State Championships of 2026 here in Ashland, Virginia. Chris is getting hype. He's excited. He's coming out to 245 kilos. He's had a pretty darn good day so far, 8 for 8. Oh, he's excited. He knows it. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights. Good lift. We're going to go to Albert next, Kane next, 255 kilos. And then we're going to make a pretty big jump up for Albert's third, 280 kilos. Robert's going to go for 287.5. Seth for 292.5. Kaylin for 295. Derek for 295. And our final deadlift of the day is going to go to Brian at 300. Kane is fighting through that 562. He stands up with it. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. Albert coming out to Baby No Money. He's got 280 kilos on the bar. And it looks like Albert may have had his second attempt overturned by the jury. So he's got a successful second attempt at 265, goes to 280, and gets it as well for 3 white lights to the Baby No Money in the back. We go into our final 5 lifts of the day. Robert's going to go for 287.5 kilos on the barbell, 633 pounds. Very strong pull for a third attempt from Robert. He's excited. 3 white lights from our judges. Good lift.
We've got 4 more deadlifts for the day, 4 more lifts in total for the day, one at 292.5 kilos for Seth. A successful pull here might put him in medal position with, oh, we'll see what happens here. Come on, Seth. Ooh, he almost lost that on his grip. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, a good lift for Seth. And I think with that, that puts all 3 of our men's raw 110 gentlemen at the same total for first, second, and third place. The differentiator only being body weight at weigh-in. So in first place, it's going to go to Charlie. Second place is going to go to Kevin. And third is going to go to Seth, all totaling 742.5 kilos. Oh, Kalen has a chance, though, to lap them all. This will put him at 745, and I think he might do it. And with that, we're going to bump Seth out of medal position. He ties the total, but on body... Oh. What just happened? Hang on. Let me see what happened here. Because it looks like Kaylin did not get that third attempt for downward motion or for soft knees. I imagine someone is going to go talk to the jury about that one because it does have medal potential. Derek doesn't care, though. He's in a different weight class, and he's just going to stand up with 295 like it doesn't weigh anything. That's going to put him at 785 kilos for his total. Oh, or not. They're going to say he didn't lock out, I guess, at the shoulders. I imagine that will also go to the jury. Oh, my goodness. Exciting things happening here at the very, very end of our day. We've loaded 300 kilos, 661 pounds for Brian. Brian, I don't think, cares at all what if all this other madness should just happen because he's in a completely different weight class and division, and he's just going to stand up with 300 keys. He also squatted 315 earlier, and he'll get that 2-to-1 good lift. We like to finish the day on a good lift. So I will hang out for just a moment to see what happens with these other 2 lifts. But with that, lifting has concluded for the day. And we have finished the state championship meet here at USAPL Virginia State Championships 2026. We're going to set up our podium here to start handing out awards so that we can get on out of here. Thank you all for joining me. Again, I'll hang out for just a second and see what happens with these last couple of deadlifts that just went through, because again, they do have medal potential.
There was the other guy popped something in his foot. And then the other one was
Yeah, it was me and Dave for supporting on the thighs and me and Rachel for something. I do not know. Did the jury overturn Albert's, the second? I believe so. It turned green, but there was no jury marking in the lifting cast, yeah. Yeah, thank you. Do you need any pop stuff? No, I'm okay.
The awards will be streamed as well as soon as we get those starting to be announced. You can also check the lifting cast for the results. I will post the lifting cast one more time in the chat so that you don't have to scroll for it. Those will show you the results. So I do have some clarification on what happened on those last couple. So Kalen, it looks like, is going to be called for supporting on the quads, and that is why his 295 deadlift was not awarded. And then the one for Derek was for soft knees at lockout.
I was worried for Steph. Natalie. Nicole. Here I go.
So yes, we will stream the awards here as Saber calls them out. You may or may not hear them over the overhead. But the ladies and gentlemen who receive awards today will come up and get their pictures taken on our makeshift podium here with our bench blocks. In USAPL Virginia, it is customary that when you receive your medal, you also strike a pose. So you'll see that also, and I will leave this screen up for that so that you can get some fun pictures for everybody back home. Congratulations to all of our lifters for competing today. Beautiful day overall. A lot of 9 for 9 lifters. We love to see that. And some pretty healthy competition for a state championship meet. We love to see that too. I hope you all have a wonderful day and safe travels if you are traveling today with this weather that is coming in. And enjoy the nicer weather that is just around the corner.
It's weird. Because sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, he totally jumped that command. And you guys are like, no. That is helpful. There's a saber butt.
Yeah, and you didn't have that view. You would have had to look at this monitor to have that view.
That's okay.
kind of like a lot of.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Sometimes he gives me the side angle because he can use it for bench. A lot of people really like the side angle to watch for bench.
Oh yeah, because you can do it.
Lifter.
Yeah.
Instead of just like their noggin. But that's a hate in the live stream. I think you had some. You don't like it? I just don't hate it. think we had some non-powerlifting friends in the beginning. They were the ones who were mad that I kept using the microphone.
category. First place, Charles Bramble. Men's Raw Open 90 kilo category. Second place, Tion MacArthur. And first place, Mike Beck. Where's Mike? All right, well. Men's Raw Open 100 kilo category. Third place, Zaid Farah. There's no number 3 on his name. Oh, I thought it was my bad, Zaid. I got it right the first time. Second place, DeMarco Singletary. And first place, Michael Coonley.
I saw you. That was easy.
Men's Raw Open 110 kilo category. Third place, Seth Berman. Second place, Kevin Luke. And first place, Charlie Pepin Woods. Men's Raw Open 125 kilo category. Third place, Chris Allen. Second place, Kane Conwell. First place, Brian Smith. First place, Parker Bonduran. Men's Raw Team 300 kilo class. First place, Jude Howard.
actually made a mistake and there are 5 more wards. So could we actually have everyone back up and take a seat for a moment so we can give them their time too? Including the people who are taking cute photos right now. Hey Gabby, are you still here? Do we have another referee? Nicole?